My friends, welcome back to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream with a single question. Today's question of the day is... And I had a complete brain fart there. My god, I smell that one. What is a game you got unbelievably hyped for and never got to? Perhaps you even forgot about it. I just didn't have it in my brain, and I was just... That was terrible. That was terrible. I hope everyone is doing really well this Saturday. I hope you're all doing fantastic. I see that some people have been eating some barbecue. I'm jealous. I'm trying to get my barbecue running right now, and I've yet to do so, and I would really like a good burger right about now. I can't do like fast food anymore, so I would really love to get my barbecue running and just make a really good smash burger. That would be perfect right about now. Lang, welcome in. Soul Eater, welcome in. Day Hiker, welcome in. I see Jet Black Sheep. I see Dragon. My friends, welcome in. Hope you are all well. To answer the question of the day, Tales of Arise. I played through half of it and then forgot about it and haven't touched it since around the week of release, or around there. So Tales of Arise, is that a part of the Tales franchise? You were mentioning you liked that series. Well, like is not a strong enough word, I feel like, but when I showed off Tales of Symphonia for the GameCube, you were saying that you really liked the Tales series. Okay, so it's the newest Tales entry. Okay. So, if you are such a super fan of the Tales series, what is it about that has just caused you not to get to it? Andor, thank you so much for the 5 months, my friend. Thank you. It is massively appreciated. Question of the day from Dragon. It's a vicious cycle for me getting hyped for ESO DLCs, because at least it's the Elder Scrolls content, but immediately I don't play them upon release. How is my hair real? There's this mechanism where proteins stack on top of each other, and it creates hair. I don't know how my hair is real. I'm not sure how to answer that one. Font Crimes, welcome, and thank you for the 13 months, my friend. It is massively appreciated. I take that to mean, by the way, Luke, welcome in. I take that to mean my hair is a magnificent, luscious mane. I'm trying a new hairstyle right now, actually, so please be nice to me. I'm very self-conscious about it. Oh, it's the combat, to be honest. It feels so simple compared to the older games, even Berseria, which was the entry before. Yeah, I'm not gonna allow that one, Luke. So I'm gonna give you a warning for that one, and I'm gonna ask you to smarten up, dude. That was lame. That was super lame. So it feels so simple compared to the older games, even Berseria, which was the entry before. So what is it about... I haven't had a very intimate playthrough of Tales of Symphonia yet, and I'm assuming we've had a lot of Tales games prior to that point. So what is it about Arise that has changed so significantly that... do you like the game less? Is that do you still like the Tales series after Arise? Has that kind of changed your opinion of the franchise? Oh, Dragon's making everybody's making barbecue. Gotta get my barbecue running, goddammit. Some of the games in my collection are 30 years old. I love them. Then you forgot about them, then rediscovered them, sometimes multiple times. I don't get hyped for new stuff. So, I understand. I totally get that. Especially, I'm doing kind of this entire stream experience has kind of been what I would call my retro revival. I was playing a lot of very new experiences prior to that, And now I'm kind of delving back into like a lot of the games you guys are asking me to play. It's all from my backlog. Like, it's all from my backlog. And The Witcher in particular, which it's apropos because that's what we're playing today, that was a game I saw it, I really wanted to play it, I played like 30 minutes of it, and then I just shelved it. And I can't honestly tell you a good reason why I did that. It was just, there was other stuff I was doing at the time. And the reason for today's question of the day is this kind of mechanism really fascinates me, because we have so much noise around us, especially in the modern day. And I think that it's important to recognize what we value, but it's also important not to create an echo chamber. Like, you need to let new stuff in, right? I vociferously believe that. I don't think I'd be a very good games preservationist if I wasn't advocating for modern day games as well, because, and I've talked about this many times, modern games are going to be, due to design philosophy, some of the hardest games to preserve. So gaining knowledge about this kind of stuff is going to be very, very, very important. And I think that there's a very delicate balance that I personally am trying to strike between kind of allowing new stuff in and allowing myself to feel hype, right? It's getting harder and harder for me to feel excited about video games, especially the way that today's industry likes to advertise things and how things function. And I must say, even the content creation space, the way that other content creators and everything behave is very, very interesting. So I was kind of, especially when I started kind of getting back into the retro stuff. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, guys. Getting back into the retro stuff, I went very anti-new. I definitely did. And many of the people who have been with the channel for a very long time, you guys will remember the point in time where I was kind of, especially remakes, but I was kind of anti newer games and newer releases. I was very inclined towards the old. And even, like, honestly, even stuff that is older in the sense of, like, 2013. Like, that's over a decade ago at this point. But in my head, I wasn't I'm like, oh, I like new games. You know, I played Dragon Age Inquisition when it came out in 2014. It's not true, but you kind of detach from the timeline when you do that. But I think it's very fascinating to watch people with First Light and Mina the Hollower right now, which are kind of the two, I would say, most hyped releases of this moment. Especially Mina the Hollower. That one looks really, really cool. First Light is, I kind of knew that was going to be a good game, and I knew that would be hype, but Mina the Hollower was very interesting to me because it was from the devs of Shovel Knight, which is an excellent game, and it kind of evokes old school Legend of Zelda in my mind. And I had this intrusive thought, and for those of you who watch my shorts, you'll know that I made a video on this already, but I was kind of fascinated by the idea that, okay, we have two really amazing games coming out right now. You have to pick one. You have to pick one. And your old games fall into this equation too. As Dayhiker said, I have a lot of old games, and I'm constantly in a process of rediscovery of my old collection. So if it's a choice between new game, and that is also a choice. So what interested me is I was like, okay, so we have two really amazing new releases, and then we have all this other ancillary stuff. So, okay, so say we're just down to the two, even if it's just two games, you have to pick one. So you do. During the time that you're playing that and you're interacting with its content and enjoying the game, hopefully, you're constantly being browbeaten by social media and by marketing and all this other stuff. There's other amazing new games that are coming out too. So even if, say you chose Mina the Hollower. So you've got First Light, you might have even bought it. It might be in your library downloaded. But as you play Mina the Hollower, you're starting to forget about First Light. As you get another, I don't know, Witcher game and another Baldur's Gate game and another... What's another really nice? Another Resident Evil game. There we go. So you're getting hype about all that too. And all of a sudden, even though you bought First Light and you haven't played it yet, all of a sudden there's all this new stuff and you're going... And you're wanting to play that as well. And that is how good games get forgotten. That is the mechanism through which good games get forgotten. And that is how we lose games. So Siege of Avalon, one of my favorites, that came out at the same time as Diablo 2, Baldur's Gate 2. So you had all this industry noise, right? And people were left with a choice. It was like, okay, Diablo 2 or Baldur's Gate 2 or Siege of Avalon. So Siege of Avalon didn't get picked. And then you've got, okay, Baldur's Gate and Diablo. Well, you picked one and you might have never even gotten to Baldur's Gate 2 until like 15 years later. Like you might eventually get to it, but if we kind of expound that idea, it's actually rather unremarkable that we lose games and that we have to make preservation efforts for these games that do get forgotten. It was something it just occurred to me as I was watching a trailer for First Light that came up on my feed this morning as I was checking some gaming news, and it just kind of occurred to me. And I think that with games preservation, we're constantly thinking backwards, but when you apply forward thinking, a lot of the mechanisms that we talk about with our retro ideas, they still apply. They absolutely still apply. Rechat from Lang. Yes, by the way, guys, if you really want your messages read, please, just rechat them. Just rechat them. I will get to them. For me, I feel like it limits the combo options since you need... Oh yeah, okay, for Tales of Arise. For me, I feel like it limits the combo options since you need the art that sends you into the air to bring you down to carry your combo. Yes, I still love Tales, especially for Graces and Destiny. Ah, okay. So it's a specific aspect of the combo system that has changed. Gotcha. It sounds, just from your description there, it sounds very like... Obviously, they are going to have differences, but reminds me kind of Xenosaga, I think. It's been a while since I played the Xeno games. Can't forget the latest Elder Scrolls game, still stuck in 2011. Yeah, I made a video on that as well. The Scrolls-like genre that exists specifically due to the power vacuum that apparated... Actually, I will say this. The Scrolls-likes, I've made this observation. We very politely waited. We very politely waited for like a decade before we started doing Scrolls-likes. I think that Scrolls-likes entered development after Starfield released. That's what I think. You definitely had some games that like had little bits of flavor of the Elder Scrolls, but nothing that was blatantly Scroll-like. And it was very interesting to me that the juxtaposition was fascinating because it was like, okay, so we've got Starfield released and flopped, And then all of a sudden we started getting like Tainted Grail, Dread Delusion, Tower of the, what was it? Lantern of the Laughless Saint, yeah. And then Fate Keeper is another very recent one that has been announced. So the juxtaposition of the timeline, that is very fascinating to me. Rechat from Soul. My answer is Doom 2016. I started around a month ago and I really enjoyed it at first. However, the game slowly started to lose its shine for me. And then, at the same time, I started playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and it immediately dominated my time. Then slowly I started to forget about it. In fact, I just remembered it now when I read the question. And that's kind of the prompting for the question of the day, is how easily this happens to us, right? If left to my own device, like frankly speaking, if it wasn't for the stream keeping me honest and keeping me playing the stuff that you guys are wanting to see, or at least what you guys have voted for in one way, shape, or form, I honestly, I think I would be bouncing back and forth quite a bit. I'm not ADHD, but I do have some tendencies that have me struggling to focus and everything. Combat for you is a huge aspect of the Tales game, and it should be fun both casually and on a more in-depth level, because I love watching all the combo moves the community makes, and Arise just isn't as fun to engage with on both levels. Doom 2016 was such a masterclass in reviving a franchise. Return to Castle Wolfenstein is a close second. Yeah, no, they did a very good job with Doom. They did a very good job with Doom. The one thing with Doom that I think that it's kind of, I kind of parrot what Soul Eater said. I enjoyed the experience, and I did play it all the way through, but the one thing that I will say about that is my first, like, while with the game, I was absolutely hype on it. You know, all the glory kills, all the weapons, all the modifications, the speed at which you played, everything was very just... But I feel like I got dopamine fatigue from that game. Genuinely speaking, I do feel that that game was so just... in your, like, very hyper-focused kind of game. Especially with the speed that occurs. Darth Beauty, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. It had this kind of, this energy to it that was very exhausting to me. It was very exhausting to me. And I don't get this with other shooters. Like, Doom 2016 is not what I would call a boomer shooter. I think that for it to be a boomer shooter, you have to mimic the style of Quake and Doom and Blood and all these other older shooters. Doom 2016 didn't do that. It didn't mimic the boomer shooter style. It kind of trailblazed in a lot of ways, especially Doom Eternal, when they added like the grapple mechanics and just increased the mobility. Doom 2016 was, I think, an evolution point, not a devolution point in shooters. First-person shooters don't normally get new mechanics. It's a very hard genre to introduce new things to because of the vantage point and because of the gameplay mechanics. But Doom 2016, and especially Doom Eternal, I feel were evolution, really the first time we saw evolution in the shooter genre in a long time. Now, I think that an unsung evolution of that is also a game called Witchfire. I believe it's indie. I believe it does constitute indie, because the studio is quite small, but that also introduced a lot of like ability-based gameplay and everything like that. It looks fantastic. It looks very, very fun. But I don't count Doom 2016 as a boomer shooter for that specific reason. Original Oblivion or remake? Oh, sorry. Let's go. I missed something from Ren. By the way, welcome in, Ren. I hope that you're having a good day. Can't believe a new Witcher 3 DLC is coming. That was game history in the making. And the reason I call that game's history in the making is because this is really the first time, other than a live service game, that we've seen this in. I think it genuinely is the first time that we've seen this in the single player space. Genuinely. I could be wrong, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but it is unprecedented that we are getting a DLC 12 years after the fact. It's kind of immense. It is kind of immense. So I'm just trying to find the message. Original Oblivion or remastered, so stuck on deciding which original art style looks absolutely awesome. Oh, you should absolutely play the original. Yeah. Yeah, on the Discord yeah, okay, I get what we're saying now. So yeah, on the Discord server, we have a lot of Scrolls heads in there. Lots of people from Daggerfall, well, Arena, frankly, but guys like Dragon, I believe Day Hiker, I could put him in the camp of enjoying old school Elder Scrolls as well, but we all really, really love that. We all really love that stuff. And I would agree with Day Hiker's assessment. Oblivion Original is going to be a better optimized game than Oblivion Remastered. 100%. To this day, people are having issues with Oblivion Remastered. And that is on good machines. That is on really, really good. I was just about to read your chat, Jerkops. I was just about to read it. But lots of people can help you out if you decide to get into OG Oblivion. Shadow of Mordor. I got it for about, what was that, 30 euros? I don't know other currency. I believe that's euros. And just never got around to playing it. And I was incredibly annoyed that it kept going on sale for €5. And I could have waited to buy it dirt cheap. And I think it was either end of last year or start of this year when I actually started playing it. Part of it was because my old rig didn't have enough hard drives. Yeah, Oh, yeah, Lang, we're all entitled to our opinions, right? We're all entitled to our... And I think that is what makes conversation so interesting about video games. There is no accounting for taste. We all have a different perspective when it comes to these video games, and the conversations that we can have, you might be able to... say I was a fan of Arise, and I didn't necessarily have a problem with the combat. You might be able to speak some nuance into my thinking, because maybe the reason that I like the combat in Arise is because I don't understand it. That you have that a lot of the time. There's lots of people who are just, I really liked it, but that's because they didn't get into the weeds of the mechanics and you did, right? And I think that a lot of the people who sing the praises of, and I don't mean to poo-poo this game, I personally did not have the greatest time with the game, but games like Starfield, I feel like the people who, and I'm actually going to invert it. Some of you guys might be expecting me to say something, but I'm actually going to invert it on you, I think. So a lot of the people who really, really love the game got into the weeds of the mechanics because they were able to get over, like, the traversal, which is terrible. They were able to get over all that, and they were able to get into the weeds of the mechanics, and the game spoke to them on a level that it just didn't speak to other people, okay? Now, me, I was not having a good time with the game. So, naturally, I didn't spend that much time getting into the weeds of the mechanics. But if I speak to someone who really likes Starfield as someone who didn't enjoy it so much and didn't really get into those mechanics so much, I can still have a conversation with that person. I can be like, hey, you know, these were my gripes. And they can be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You've got those gripes. That is a thing. But this is why I like it. And we can have a conversation about that. And it can go, like I said, I just inverted it, I think. But even if you have it kind of in the terms that Lang was speaking to and what I spoke to just now, you could still have a really, really good conversation about that. It would be a little bit of a lie to say that The Witcher 3 is getting DLC after 12 years. Occasionally, CD Projekt Red adds in a new quest or some such to the game, which they consider as mini DLCs of sorts. So, what's interesting to me about, what was it? Songs of the Past, I think is what it's called, Songs of the Past. But what's interesting to me about that one is it seems to actually be quite an expansion. It doesn't seem to be small. Songs of the, okay, good, I wasn't incorrect. But it seems to be quite a significant departure or from kind of just, like you said, those little breadcrumb DLCs, right? We do get those, but yeah, these little breadcrumb DLCs, I would consider those more like, they're not quite a hot fix, but yeah, like you said, they're not quite a full DLC, they're not quite a hot fix, they sit somewhere in there. But I think that we're going to get major performance overhauls, we're going to possibly get some graphical overhauls, and we're obviously getting new content and new story that is, insanely enough, going to be tying in the third game with the fourth game. CD Projekt Red needs to be careful with their slow drip of content. The last update to Cyberpunk was overmarketed. Okay. I enjoyed Cyberpunk, but I didn't get as into it as, like, everybody's like, oh, this is one of the greatest first-person RPGs that we played in a long time. And it was good. Like, it wasn't bad, but I really didn't get sucked in like a lot of people did. And it might just be the setting, right? I'm more of a fantasy setting kind of guy. I very much enjoy that kind of old school look kind of and vibe. I like swords, magic, that sort of thing. When it gets very techy, but Cyberpunk is, like, I would say grounded future, right? It's not like Star Wars where it's like massive spaceships and like intergalactic battle and all this crazy stuff. We're still on Earth, we have some sort of dystopian Blade Runner-esque future, and maybe we do have space travel, but we're not seeing it in the game. And like, we still have cars, we still have guns, all this different stuff. So it's, I think dystopian fiction would be a good word for it. Dystopian fiction. Day hiker. Yeah, you. But it gets less popular, civilizations decline. Yeah, so I think that I like things that are fanciful. That much I can say. I like things that are so insanely far away from anything that I could possibly imagine, and I like things that make me think in new ways, right? With dystopian fiction, they often use structures that we are familiar with. That's kind of the point I'm making. They use structures that we are very familiar with. And I'm not saying that Star Wars doesn't, you know, it has a Galactic Senate, United Federation and Star Trek and all this different stuff. So there are structures within those that we know. But when it comes to, say, like the science of space travel and lasers, and lightsabers, and all this different stuff, there's places for the imagination to go. There's undiscovered country. That's one of the reasons The Elder Scrolls is one of my favorite fantasy universes, because it kind of diverges from that kind of Tolkienian concept of fiction, and it gives us kind of this, it did give us this kind of weird new place for our imagination to go, which made games like Morrowind really, really interesting and really, really fun. It's actually crazy how horrible remasters can be, to be honest. Honestly, anything that tries to revise, established things, you run that risk. And especially if you don't respect the source material, if you just try to reskin a game, a lot of people are going to be kind of offended by that, especially if you don't respect the art style. And I find that's what happens in a lot of remasters. That's the struggle, right, is capturing a feel. With a remake, it's capturing kind of an essence. you don't necessarily have to do that because you're keeping gameplay with a remaster, but if you don't capture the feeling of movement and art within a game, within a remaster, that is where you make the misstep. Yeah. You like fairy tales, not Pulp Fiction. Actually, I don't know if Tarantino is, Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, I don't like his movies. Yeah, I do not like his movies. I've never been a Kill Bill, Pulp Fiction, what's another Tarantino movie? I don't even know many Tarantino movies. Like, Django. Django Unchained. Like, I've sat through those movies and everything. I didn't enjoy them. I didn't enjoy them. His kind of take on filmography in particular, like the angles and everything, that was just not, it's just not my thing, right? Like, he takes everything and he dials it up not to 11, but to 15. Like, it's very gratuitous, is a good word. I find a lot of his movies quite gratuitous. Some great lines, some great cinematics, and like, his camera work is very, very well done. And he is a good director. He knows what he wants to make, and the people who like what he wants to make will enjoy that. But I'm more of a... I grew up watching a lot of old movies. And not like... I would call Quentin Tarantino someone that was very inspired by the 70s. Kind of like Bond flicks kind of deal. Like that's the kind of Tarantino, that's the vibe I get from him, right? But for me, I grew up with a lot of, well, frankly speaking, I watched a lot of mysteries growing up. So stuff like Jeremy Brett's Sherlock Holmes, stuff like Humphrey Bogart's The Maltese Falcon, stuff like Albert Finney's Murder on the Orient Express. So I grew up with a lot of like 50s, 60s kind of acting and cinematography and stuff like that. And also my dad was a huge Godzilla fan, like Japanese Godzilla. So I was watching, well, everybody else was off watching this kind of stuff. I was watching like 70s and 80s Star Wars. I was watching the original Star Trek series. I was watching those mystery flicks, and I was watching like Japanese movies, which I to this day I love Gamera, I love Godzilla, I love Mothra, Rodan, all that good stuff. Which is its own brand of camp. Like, I'm not saying that I have a superior opinion in any way, shape, or form. It's just kind of, it's what I enjoy. Jodre, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Inglourious Bastards is a thrill ride. If you like his movies, it's an experience. Yeah, like I'm not hearing. Did you hear Rodan? Yeah, I'm very into Toho. Yeah, Toho, Daiei, all those Japanese film houses. Great stuff. Absolutely love that. Yeah. And especially when it's low budget, like the camp is ridiculous, guys. Like, these movies were sometimes comically bad. And I still watch them. I still enjoyed them. Yeah. So I normally chat for the first like 45 minutes of the stream, just to do some catch up, just do some, chewing the fat, as it were. And then we get into the game. So today we're playing The Witcher Enhanced Edition. This is my first time experience with the game. I'm having a lot of first time experiences with the current schedule. The normal schedule, so Assassin's Creed Rogue actually replaced Dead Cells, but I am playing The Witcher Enhanced Edition, and I'm playing Baldur's Gate the Enhanced Edition. And then as we beat these games, we're kind of rolling through the franchise. So I'm going to be playing The Witcher 2 after The Witcher 1, and playing and Baldur's Gate 2 after Baldur's Gate 1 is done. And then After that, we're kind of going to be on the precipice of a more modern kind of game, which is a lot of people have followed here because of the retro titles that I play. Like, I played Daggerfall, Morrowind, Siege of Avalon, Arcanum, that sort of thing. So a lot of the people who have followed the channel, they followed when I was playing that sort of stuff. So I just want, once we get to the third installments, especially Baldur's Gate and The Witcher 3, I just want to make sure that people are comfortable with just going straight into the third game, or if they want to have like a little kind of aside like we're doing with Assassin's Creed Rogue, just kind of something to shake things up a little bit if people are just, you know, have grown weary of The Witcher or something like that. Since discovering The Witcher 1, it has really opened my eyes to older graphics. I seriously, it is excellent. So old graphics and an appreciation of old graphics gives you a sense of art language, I feel. We have such high fidelity now, and we have such little room for, I guess, the imagination to take over when it comes to this sort of stuff, because it's so close to real now. Like, it's almost real now. So it's very hard for us to kind of ascribe feelings to it, I would say. When something is kind of very far from reality, we're able to, at least I feel this, we're able to ascribe feelings to that thing. So like, looking at The Witcher 1, right? I feel that this game is very, for lack of a better term, Slavic feeling. This game it oozes personality, is what I would say. And same thing with games like Morrowind, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, so on and so forth. But with a modern game, again, you don't necessarily get that wiggle room for your imagination to take over. Stories can still be excellent, and obviously UI and fidelity and everything is going to be incredible. Seoul, I am on Central Standard Time in Canada, so it is 6:42 for me right now. I don't know if it's just me, but I really feel like most modern games today look far too... Well, and that's the thing, right? Saying modern games look far too similar is like saying I look like the game looks like me, right? It's like, I'm real, I'm human, and the game is photoreal. So yeah, it's going to look pretty similar, right?
It's like the HD camera problem.
Yeah, well, and that's why, like, even in like Mrs. Books was saying, even in film, you've got camera makers like Canon and Fuji. Fujifilm's actually doing this a lot, which is they're trying to add inbuilt in their cameras, they're trying to add like film grains from like old school, like 60s kind of cameras, so that it can add personality back to the photos that make it almost less real, less photoreal.
But the problem is that it's uncanny valley.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I just came down to show you something funny.
Okay. When I'm not streaming, this is my life, guys. Okay. It was literally just a video of a baby being fed, like, healthy food, and the baby was literally just... just sat there, just... How dare you feed me this shit? I personally think games in modern times look more diverse than, say, late 6th gen era. Brown, gray, dusty. Well, yeah, like all the what did people used to say? All the 360 games were like... All the 360 games had like a piss filter on them, is what a lot of people would say. And actually that was a rendering trick, because that color palette was easier for those consoles and that generation of consoles to render. So like a lot of the color palettes used on a lot of these consoles, it's due to the nature of the time.
I was gonna say it's the Hollywood Mexico filter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll film it in Canada, but we want it to look like Mexico, so we'll tint it orange.
Yep.
But
shiny
games are also
things.
gonna look all the same because everything was 8-bit. Like, you have different
Welcome in, Shale.
technologies
Welcome in,
now
Malthus.
to, like, develop different kinds of games.
Yeah.
Whereas back then you only had one.
Yeah, like, I will say, yeah, like you were kind of saying, we have choice now. Like, pixel art is a choice now. It's not, like, a necessity for the tech. If we want to do photorealism, that is an artistic choice now. It's not a necessity of the tech. So, I think that opens stuff up to more criticism, because you do have a choice now, but it's nice that we do have that choice. I will say that much. Any tools that devs get, I think is fundamentally a good thing. Fallout 3 had an especially piss-colored... Yeah, exactly. I know I keep bringing this game up, but Kudelka, despite being an old game, the graphics and pre-rendered backgrounds are beautiful in their own way, especially various enemies you encounter during your time in Nemetom Monastery. Yeah, like, all the art. Harold, welcome in. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I've been, I don't know what came over me this week, but I clipped up the long form video, and those shorts did terribly, but they're not really designed to be shorts. And this weekend, I just kind of sat there and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna make some fire shorts. I just kind of decided that. I was like, I'm gonna make good shorts. And I made 2 shorts, and yeah, it's literally right before stream. I'm like, what can I do in 45 minutes? And the shorts I've been posting, it's literally, I sit down before stream, film, edit, add music, ship it, and done, kind of thing. Just to see how it feels. And yeah, I don't know, I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I'm glad. Question of the day from Jodre. Many, but my most hype game is either Blasphemous 2 or Silksong. Blasphemous 2 first. I have so much fun with the original Blasphemous. I'm even achievements hunting on the game, and I only have 5 achievements while trying to 150 the game. Also, but I always forget to buy it, or at least just check out. Yeah. I heard so much about Silksong, and how it's better and harder than the original Hollow Knight, but I'm just waiting for a Steam sale. Yeah, so budget is another aspect of this, I would say, but honestly, the budget thing is interesting in that, you know, we can talk about games prices and everything, but I would say that the more interesting aspect is when you have the facility to get the game, and maybe you do buy the game, but then you still forget about it. Like, say what you will about collecting physical, I have to actually look at the shelf, right? It's not like scrolling a library. My mind does ascribe more importance to it. Am I into Souls-like games or not really? I'm into Souls-like games. I was actually talking with Soul Eater about this last stream, and I like Souls. I suck at them. And that's why I've never beaten a single Souls game. I've never beaten a Souls game. But I love the vibe. I really love the vibe. I really love the art style, especially Bloodborne, especially Dark Souls 1. I really love the feeling, and I love the characters. So if you have to see how I feel about Souls games, just know that I like them enough to do this. I like them enough to do this. Oh, you're in North Africa. We follow Eastern European. Yeah, I meant when you were saying yesterday that you had to head to bed, you were mentioning that. You were mentioning like about a 5-6 hour time difference, which is close-ish to my UK buddies. So. Blasphemous is in your library, can't wait to play. Blasphemous is excellent. I haven't played Blasphemous 1 much, but I did hang out with a buddy while they were playing through it, and looks incredible. Looks absolutely incredible. And again, I played it a little bit, and I did have a good time. Did have a very, very good time. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the chat, guys. I don't know if it's just, okay, yeah, so the art style conversation we were having. I'm strange when it comes to that. I do enjoy fantasy, but I also enjoy stuff that has aspects of real present world, or is set in an alternate version of the past that has aspects of that. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, like, if I'm talking about, like, I'm talking in generalities when I talk about what I enjoy. There are always exceptions to the rule. There are always exceptions to the rule. But I think that, how to put this? Like, even within fantasy, I enjoy games that break the mold. Like, that's why I liked the Elder Scrolls. And of course, everything becomes a mold unto itself after it gains popularity. Like, Elder Scrolls, after Morrowind, it was a formula at that point. The universe, the lore, everything had kind of... Oblivion was kind of the point of no return, in my mind. We lost writers like Kirkbride, and say what you will about him, but him and his team made Morrowind quite special. Ted Peterson, obviously, around Oblivion, left Bethesda. We lost Julian LaFay around Morrowind, everything like that. So a lot of the intellectual capital and the creative capital that Bethesda had is now gone from the company, and a lot of the writers, people mention Skyrim as kind of this divergence point, this schism with what they love about Morrowind and stuff like that. I think Skyrim was the last point where you had anyone other than Todd Howard that had Bethesda's original DNA flowing through their veins and working in their mind. After that point, it was kind of just, you know, everything that is Elder Scrolls is kind of... I feel like it's almost an accident at this point. If something it feels remarkably Elder Scrolls-y. The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. And by the way, guys, Skyrim is still one of my favorite games. I still very much enjoy Skyrim, but I will say this, the reasons that I love Skyrim and Oblivion, Morrowind does all of the stuff that these two games do, and that's why it's the best. It does everything these games do, but it does it while giving you mechanics from Daggerfall, and that is just so good. Oh, it's your favorite RPG of all time. And it is an enjoyable game. I understand why people like Skyrim. I'm not one of those Morrowind fans. And by the way, prior to playing it on stream, I can't honestly say that I was a massive Morrowind fan, but I'm not one of those Elder Scrolls fans who's like, yeah, Skyrim shit. Like, I'm not gonna live that revisionist history where I didn't like Skyrim. I did like Skyrim, I do like Skyrim, I just like it less than I did when I was a teenager. But it's still an enjoyable experience. I still go back and play every now and again. Question of the day. The game I was uber excited for and pre-ordered was Victoria 3, and still haven't had time to play it since it released October 25th, 2022. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Oblivion and Morrowind are, funnily enough, they always are. Daggerfall and Arena are free, and Morrowind especially, but Morrowind, Oblivion, sometimes even Skyrim, but they're absolutely dirt cheap most of the time. Your first Elder Scrolls game is generally your favorite. It's a strange phenomenon. Yeah, I was kind of in a weird situation where I think this is because I had enough clarity of thought to realize that this was happening to me. But when it came to playing Morrowind on stream, Oblivion was my favorite at that point in time. And Oblivion was my first Elder Scrolls. And I still really like Oblivion. But when I started playing Morrowind, and in particular, when the mechanics of Morrowind began to click, because I finally had that leveling system kind of explained to me a little bit, and I figured out the combat, and I started getting some positive progression within the game due to the help of people like Jet and Dragon within the stream. I started to really have a great time with the game, and I started to realize, I'm like, oh shit, everything I like about Oblivion, Morrowind is doing, but it's also giving me freedom. And then the community said, hey, you should play Daggerfall. So then I started to play Daggerfall, and I went, oh, shit, okay. So Morrowind is taming the unbridled freedom of Daggerfall, and it's also giving me everything I love about Oblivion. I'm literally getting the best of both worlds. That was really, really cool. That was really, really cool. Okay, I did see some question of the day answers, so I do want to answer those before moving on too much. I think I didn't read Malthus's. Ah, here we are. Although I would not go as far as to saying totally hyped, as the last time I genuinely have felt that way traces back 13 years or thereabouts. A game that fits more or less would be Kingdom Come Deliverance. Never played it so far, although it should be something I love, or would have loved. It's interesting. Like, the phenomenon is so interesting. And again, the idea that so the hype games of today is Mina and 007, right? You have to pick one. You have limited time. You have to pick one. So, if we stick to the new games, maybe you buy them both, but you have to play one. And while you're playing that one, this game in the background is getting buried, either by your backlog or by new releases that you're wanting to buy, what have you. It's being buried by time and novelty. And I think that's a really fascinating phenomenon, because like we're not stupid. We do remember that we purchased these games. We understand that we have skin in the game and that we want to play these things. And yet, you know, life gets in the way. Life gets crazy. And that was just something. Games preservationists often make moralisms, right? You don't care. And that's why we have lost games. You don't care. And I think in a sense, maybe you could say, okay, maybe we don't care. But it's not that we don't care actively. We don't care in the sense that life has gotten in the way, and frankly speaking, we have priorities that take precedence over a video game. We have to work, we have to care for our children, we have to care for our dogs, we have to make output into society. We have to provide value to ourselves and unto others. And sometimes a video game just gets lost in that noise, man. It just gets, as fun as these things are, as amazing as these things are, sometimes they just get lost in the noise. Also, tying into my question of the day with your recent post, I was so eager for it, I pre-ordered it. I have it in my library, but haven't been able to find it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have it. You have skin in the game, dude. Like, you bought the game. You pre-ordered the game. You actually paid more money for the game. And you still haven't played it. Oh, here we go. Question of the day for me. What is my favorite genre currently? Is it Souls-like, Metroidvania, or roguelike? My favorite genre for a long time has just been RPGs. I think that adventure games in general, like, they don't necessarily have to be role-playing games. I prefer if they are, but I just like adventure. I just like adventure. I like to be dropped in a world where I know very little, and I have to acclimate myself. I have to actively work to familiarize myself with my situation, with the mechanics of the game, with the characters that I encounter, so on and so forth. That is what I enjoy. And that's why The Elder Scrolls has been very, very fun for me, because even if you are familiar with the universe, you are not familiar with the context and the circumstance. And that's why I've always enjoyed the prisoner start of those particular RPGs. And honestly, you could, at the point of Skyrim, you could almost call them adventure sims. Not so much an RPG, but more of like an adventure simulator. May sound controversial here, but I've always wanted to play Oblivion remastered because I just thought better graphics is better than old graphics. I didn't play Oblivion remastered because I couldn't run it until I upgraded my PC. Keep in mind, I've still never played Oblivion, not even the original. But again, as I've said numerous times, since getting into The Witcher 1 and playing somewhat older games, the original stands out way more than the remaster does for me. Looks very vibrant and beautiful, so you're gonna go pick it. There you go. And I would agree, like, old games had to lean in. And I think you actually hit on something very interesting there, which is that it is the art language of Oblivion, especially within the piss filter of Gen 7. It is remarkable. It is remarkable due to the sapphire blues, the turquoises, the white stones, just the verdant greens in that game. The shading, the almost watercolor look to everything. Yes, the human models looked sickly almost, but it is such a handsome game, especially within the context of Gen 7 consoles. Because a lot of the games that we were getting were yellow and brown and so on and so forth. Not to say that we didn't get other games that were beautiful, but Oblivion does stand out in that regard. Okay. Scape Shifter, welcome in. The, hey, this is Peter Jackson move. How about we change Cyrodiil into... Yeah, that, okay, yeah, Oblivion did do that. It 100% did that. We recently had this argument raised both in regards to game history and history in general. Per se, preservation of both is important, but usually is pursued by those who care or have interest in the topic, broadly speaking. But someone may have other priorities, have less time to play, lose interest, or enjoyment due to IRL issues, like those with no default interest to begin with, and as such, much less at stake to endorse or work toward the preservation of games, history, or even just your own enjoyment, right? Like, just not working towards your own enjoyment because you just don't have the time to like stuff. That happens. You just don't have the time to enjoy time. This week has been a good example for me. Life has been crazy. I've been waking up at 3 a.m. every day. I get home. I make food. I shower. I go to bed. I don't have time for anything else. But eventually we do come back to some homeostasis, and then I'm able to sit down and stream and enjoy some time with you guys, right? Rechat, my favorite genre is Souls-like. However, Souls-likes are still RPGs in their core. Yes and no. You are playing a role, but RPGs, I think the leveling system of a Souls game, you definitely have a core there that is very RPG in nature. One thing that you don't really have is the ability to, you have a voiceless protagonist, more or less. And that is the one thing that makes me kind of, not grind my teeth at the RPG assertion, but it's kind of, it's something to think about, certainly. Oh, do we not have... There. How about that? There we go. I don't know why I've had so much issues rendering this game lately. Don't get me wrong, I loved Oblivion and loved some of the new things that they tried there. The NPC schedule scripting, striking up random combos. Yeah, the persuasion wheel was another great innovation. Them having to eat and sleep, etc. I wish they kept using more of those systems. Yeah. Well, and also the scope that they tried to achieve in Oblivion was actually quite robust. The cities felt a lot smaller in Skyrim. Like, the Imperial City was just absolutely massive. It was absolutely huge. These graphics are not bad, to be honest. Well, to be fair, this is the Enhanced Edition. But the Enhanced Edition really just, it gets it to run in higher fidelity, 1080p. But, oh, let's get my monitor back here. There we go. Can you guys hear the game? Oh, yeah, Soul. People have things to say about this graphics. People have things to say. Yeah, absolutely. I'm having that audio driver issue in my ear again, so I wasn't able to restart my computer before diving into the stream. So we're going to deal with it, but... Okay, so, last we were here, so we are in the village, I think it's called Marsh Village, and we are trying to figure out the little feud between the fish people, known as the Vodinoi, and the Townsfolk. This was a quest for the Witcher Berengar, and he absconded. He did not do the quest. So now, we have taken it over. Hear about the notice?
I'm here about the notice.
I'll buy any basilisk hides you have. Reptile skin shoes are in fashion in Vizima, you know.
I'll come and see you if I find any more.
Hurry, no fashion lasts forever.
Tell me the story of your grandfather.
Grandfather, may Melitele watch over his soul, had a plot of land. A piece of a rocky, frozen valley in northern Kovir, and a deserted coal mine with no coal. Grandfather always said that a treasure was concealed in the valley. He worked hard every year to discover that treasure. Initially, many gladly took the jobs he offered and helped. But soon it became clear that Grandfather had gone mad, that there was no treasure. When he was 47, had rheumatism and a collection of Bobolak scalps above his mantle, he was overcome with grief and went outside. He began cursing the heavens, berating all the known gods in the foulest language he knew. The gods answered. There was a terrible rumble, and an avalanche descended on the valley. Grandfather regained consciousness, burrowed out of the snow, and looked around to see something that would change his life. The entire valley was glimmering strangely, glimmering so beautifully that he nearly didn't see the beast coming towards him with a heavy gait. Grandfather fled, bending over once to pick up a strangely glimmering stone. In short, he escaped. Descending from the mountains, he encountered a witcher who agreed to slay the monster in exchange for a silver penny. They returned to the valley, and the witcher slew the beast. He could not help noticing the wealth laying in that valley, yet he demanded nothing beyond the penny promised him earlier. Grandfather grew to trust him and knew that sooner or later someone or something would come along and want to take his treasure, for the treasure in the valley was immense, Geralt. Diamond deposits that took years to extract. They became partners. The Witcher watched the workers, killed monsters, drove off bandits, and Grandfather managed the business.
Masera.
He's a legend in Kovir, and my family is wealthy and respected. That's the whole story.
So where did this Witcher go? That's interesting. I wonder if we can find a book for that. Hemo, welcome in on the YouTube side. To answer your question, the YouTube stream is normally a little less active due to YouTube's algorithm. So the way YouTube works is the more viewers that I have, and the more likes I'm getting, the more chatting that is happening in the stream, the more YouTube will show that stream to more people. But if I'm not getting chats, I'm not getting likes, that sort of thing, then the stream, without people heading in to watch on YouTube specifically, it will be a little less active. But yeah, on Twitch, I think we average something, I think it's like 25 people type thing per stream, but streaming in general is kind of a lurky kind of situation. But the Witcher stream, yeah, there he is, Wheel has been helping me out quite a bit with this Witcher playthrough after they discovered it. So Wheel is often in on the YouTube side as well. So it's I'm very grateful to see activity of any kind, because every streamer can tell you we've all been at a point in our careers where we were streaming to nobody. And that is due, like I said, to the algorithms that these sites use. When you are undiscovered, you are undiscovered. It takes time to build a channel and to make something happen. So I'm very grateful for what I have. Very grateful indeed. Okay, so we've taken Berengar's job, decided to handle this problem ourselves.
Berengar's job, decided to handle this problem myself.
Listen, I'm in the middle of planning my wedding. You have no idea how much time it takes. Come back later.
So he's unwilling to speak to us. Interesting. The weakest part of The Witcher 1's visuals is the human characters, but other than that, it's carried by art direction. Slap on Return of the White Wolf, and it's real pretty. Slap on? Return of the White Wolf never released, did it? I know that there have been attempts to kind of reconstitute some files that have been found, but I didn't know that there was any sort of functioning version to that. Because Return of the White Wolf was the abandoned 360 version of this game. Now, it was supposed to release a little bit before The Witcher 2. Oh, okay, so that's the biggest mod. The mod used the name. Gotcha. The majority of the current gen games are seeking the most realistic visuals to a point where most of the games are starting to look really similar to each other. Well, and I was kind of talking to that, right? It's Uncanny Valley. Everything, like, that's like me saying looking outside looks the same every day, right? We are reaching a point of diminishing returns with hyper-realism. Hyper-realism is not a good or a bad. It is just a situation where now I think that a lot of people have started to realize how important the valuation of art actually is. The visual homogeneity is also worsened by the fact that so many games use Unreal Engine 5. So the Unreal Engine 5 dichotomy is interesting. It's not necessarily a fault of Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is simply the engine. That's all it is. If you want to apply an art style to Unreal Engine 5, you can do that. If you want to add new movement mechanics, you can do that. The problem that a lot of people are experiencing is that budgets require, they shouldn't require this, but, you know, it does. They all end up using those baked-in assets of the Unreal Engine. So it's like, this game looks the same. Well, it's like, well, they use the same movement, they use the same attack animation, they use the same day-night cycle, they use the same lighting engine, all this different stuff. It's not Unreal Engine's fault, necessarily. It is the fault of developers for not adding their own flavor to Unreal Engine. And in the earlier iterations of Unreal Engine, developers almost always did this. They almost always added their own kind of joie de vivre to that. I think most of the human characters are actually pretty well done in The Witcher. If you take a close look at the average 7th gen game models, models, they're not much better. But the animations, especially walking, are a bit slidey and janky. For me, it's Lumen. You can always tell it's Unreal Engine 5 when you take a look at the lighting. I agree. If you looked at Conan, I was watching Hadrian play through Conan the other day, and I was like, this looks exactly like Oblivion Remastered. Like, it's kind of fucked up. It looks exactly like Oblivion Remastered. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. It's more that the engine has powerful graphical capabilities, not repeated asset. Sure.
Need your help. I'm having hand problems today.
You didn't even... Oh, okay. So you need my help to take the wrapper off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it look swollen?
No. I think you're okay.
It feels very swollen.
Okay, one sec. This is actually
Violence.
quite... It's a tool. Calm down.
You need a big sword.
I need a big... Okay, are you... Woman, are you giving me permission to buy a sword?
Never not give it. You're gonna need one for the wedding.
Okay,
I'm
chat.
Give you one for the wedding.
With chat as my witness, I've received permission to purchase a sword. Here,
I'll bang your ring then.
here's your soy sauce.
This is too low though. This is.
Yeah, well, I have low ceilings, so...
I love this house so like living here so much, but this house is too damn small.
Can you take your garbage, please?
Oh.
At a certain level of photorealism, everything will indeed start to look the same, because we are used to diverse art styles for games, which is preferable, of course. Well, and I think that we're seeing, you know, this is always what's funny to me. I feel like the conversations that we have, they almost always kind of jump the gun, because game development is ongoing. So the issues that we're complaining about today, I think this, actually. I think that the devs are listening, but the games that they are listening with are not slotted to come out for another 3 years. So we're in a situation now where it's like, the pendulum is going to start to swing, and it's going to be okay, but we just need to wait for those games to come out. I think that as gamers, there's plenty of reasons to be hopeful, and to feel good about the direction of the industry. It's just... We need to be a little bit... Social media is making us like this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Have a little patience. It's coming. Nimloth, welcome in. Hope that you're having an excellent day. I hope that you are well rested and have had a fantastic Saturday. It is good to see you, my friend. How are you? The problem is devs are listening, but the boardroom suits are. Yes and no. It's going to get to the point where their money is going
Soon
to
I'll marry the
start.
village mayor's daughter.
It's going to start being a
Alina.
problem.
We're planning
So
our
they have to
wedding as
listen
we
at that
speak.
point.
Farewell.
I'm having that issue again where it's not showing me the bottom. I might switch the game to full screen. I might have to do that. PSG won, so my day is ruined and mood fouled, and only Geralt can pick me up. Alright, well, maybe we'll collect some cards for you today. How does that sound?
Feeling under the weather.
Video game industry crash can't... You know what? And that's the thing, right? It's... These things tend... I'm a historian, and I recognize that these things tend to self-rectify. There are certain forces that, in the long view, it's just a thing. Like, it's just going to correct. It might not correct at the speed that we wish, but I think it will correct. I think it will be okay, ultimately. Yeah, please don't crash the industry I'm in. Don't worry. Don't worry, Nimloth. I'm not one of those people who is just, like, extremely negative about the games industry. I think that we're in an era where things are maybe a little bit less positive from the, honestly, from the development perspective as well. Like, developers don't want to be criticized in the ways that they are, and it's not their fault that they're always not, it's not always their fault that they're being criticized in the way that they are. It's kind of just an unfortunate reality that we're dealing with right now, especially as technology moves forward and we're getting into some interesting situations with new engines and new ways to make games and structure games and new efficiencies. Passage to the Lakeside. Especially when the Souls-like genre start to gain popularity, where most of the games are starting to play really similar to each other, on top of the extreme similarity in visual. Well, here's the problem, with Souls-likes. If it's not close enough to Dark Souls, people will not play it. But if it's not close to Dark Souls, and at the same time gives you a little bit of nuance, a little bit of novelty, you're also going to be in a situation where you're not getting as much out of the experience, right? I think what devs need to do, and this is kind of a, you guys might slap me for this, but I think that there's a lot of people in the world that don't know what they want until they get it. I think that the whole idea of quote-unquote listen to the gamers, okay, listen to the gamers that have thoughtful opinions. Listen to the gamers who actually have played the game, have made thoughtful observations, and have something to say that is useful. A lot of what gamers are saying to the devs is just noise. It's just useless doggerel from a lot of people. There are gamers that should be listened to, but there are a lot of gamers as well who do not know what they want until they get it. Nobody knew they wanted Dark Souls until they got it. Nobody knew they wanted the Elder Scrolls until they got it. Nobody knew they wanted Ocarina of Time until they got it. So it is up to devs, it is up to creators and visionary people to make the things that they feel called to make. And then it is up to us to receive that and criticize it in good faith. A lot of the criticism in today's gaming industry is bad faith criticism, plain and simple. Many of the people criticizing games today are doing so just to complain. It's not that they don't like the game, it's that they don't like anything. They don't like anything. So they're just going, this sucks. Because everything sucks. So why are we listening to these people? Just shut them out. And make the cool shit you want to make. It's like the Carlin quote, think how stupid the average gamer is. Half of them are stupid. I'm stupider than that, I know that for a fact. Not trying to be mean, just read some. Well, and here's the thing, right? You are the 10 people that you surround yourself with, so surround yourself with good people. I'm just gonna say that out the gate. You need to be surrounding yourself with people who are thoughtful, and yes, you know, when things get negative, when life gets hard, we can recognize that, but we can encounter that with grace, and we can do the work to make a better future. And I think that there are so many people that just want to talk about the bad, and they don't want to do the work to make a better future. So you need to surround yourself with the good people. I hate bringing up JR. Lang is just, but JRPGs. But this convo reminds me that especially now, they don't experiment with battle systems like they used to in the PS1. They're scared. Games cost a lot of money. We have some game devs in the chat right now. They can attest to how quickly budget just... How much time are you going to spend on game... I work in the trades during the day, and my foreman, in the back of his mind, at all times, he is sat there and he is going, okay, so this job was quoted at 4,500 man-hours, say. We've used up about 1,500. And it's like, okay, sweet, we've got 3,000 man-hours. Is that sweet? How much longer is the job going to take? How much man-hours have the other trades used? What is the schedule looking like? Are we waiting on any other trades? Right?
How am I supposed
that
to
can
eat
become,
this pizza without my drink?
It's not water, but eh. But these are also going on in other industries. This calculus is also going on in other industries. So, especially in venerated franchises like, say, Final Fantasy, you're going to see that a lot. You're going to see situations... Where did I find the... I think I encountered the giant centipede... I think it was right around... It was not in this region. No, it was not in this region. It was over here. But I do understand why we're not getting these things that we're asking for. It's not a good thing that we're not getting that stuff, but it makes sense. I can at least apply sense to it. According to my memory, anyway, area outside. Yes, I believe that is correct. I think I encountered a centipede. I think it was more or less right around here. Just like for every other topic, and I have seen that discussion about history just as often. People who don't know or aren't well versed in the subject, be it games or history, will not be able to falsify or verify a self-proclaimed expert and opinion. They rarely can, if at all, discern what is a good faith criticism and what isn't, who is worth being listened to and who is not. Yep. But that is up to academia. I would argue that. I see this all the time, you know, people complain. It's like, well, how do I know who to listen to? And it's like, this is why debate stage is important. This is why the free exchange of ideas is important. So what I would like to see within the games industry, and I think we do see this. I'm not saying this doesn't exist. I think that we do see this. But I think that in the age of algorithms, we tend to see things that we call to ourselves. So if your feed is negativity porn, maybe look at your consumption. And I'm not saying that to criticize in a deconstructive way, in a diminishing way. I think that I think that looking at your consumption, looking at what you spend your time on is very important. I do it all the time. I'm like, you know, a lot of social media now is designed to be an attention trap. So we have to be very, very careful with the way that we engage. And I think that the same is true with academia and academic arguments. We should look for content creators that are willing to be wrong. Content creators that... Okay, so that... Yes, there you are. Strong mode on him. Ooh, wait, what do we have here? These are always super janky looking fights. Okay, that dealt a good amount of damage. Oh! There we go. Alright, now. I love how his corpse is like a human. a human skeleton. Being wrong is the most useful thing in life if you don't treat it as HP damage. Yeah, no, it's mental... being wrong is EXP, it is not HP. Being incorrect is an EXP gain, it is not an HP loss. Inchpeed? Footypeed? It's a footypeed. I accept the headcanon. That is a footypeed. We have to get him footy pajamas. Alright, now where is the next one? So the quest indicates 4 chitinous carapaces. So... where would the chitin be? That's diamond dust. I'm trying to remember what inventory the chitinous carapace is... ah, there we go. So I need 2 more. We need 2 more. These are such a weird monster because this field is the only area where they appear in the entire game. And yeah, I don't think they reappear either. They're not like the drowners where they're just kind of randomly apparating. I find that, I killed one right around here. I've killed another one, I want to say, right around here. And now I'm kind of exploring this area, and I don't think I'm going to find another one necessarily. Witcher 1 atmosphere and mood is still stellar. I really wonder how the remake will... That is the one thing with the remake. I think that they can honestly throw out a lot of the mechanics from this game, and I don't think a lot of people would balk too much. I think most people would be okay with that. Especially because a lot of people criticize this game for its mechanics in particular. But one thing that they need to absolutely knock out of the effing park is the feel. And that is the hardest thing to peg down, because it is so ephemeral by its very nature. What is feel? Is feel different for everyone? Do people agree on feel? What is the perception that we are trying to appeal to here? What is the sense that we are trying to provide with this world? Like, do I have to provide kind of a dusky kind of overtone to everything like we have with the overworld here? Do we have to use the same color palette? It's such a complicated conversation, and honestly, I do not want to be in CD Projekt Red's shoes. They have such a tall order to fulfill. It is going to be so hard. And I think that ultimately there's very strong potential that they're going to fall short. I'm just excited to see Doug Cockle revisit these voice lines after 20 some odd years. That's another cool thing, right? He's had some time to ruminate on his past performance, because he doesn't like this performance because he wasn't given time, which is, frankly speaking, the one thing no voice actor gets. Time is money, so you are not given time. Then again, they're the only Chapter 4 exclusive monster. Frankly, that makes the chapter even more fascinating because of how disconnected it is from the rest of the game. Yeah, this feels like an aberration from the rest of the game. It does not feel necessarily in harmony. Not to say that it doesn't belong, but there's a significant dichotomy between this part of the game and the earlier parts of the game. Even the sky box and everything, it's just, everything is just a little bit different. I even feel safer. Like, in the part of the game with the swamp, oh, I was always feeling like I was close to danger. Feel is so much. Graphics, but also movement. You can't just be like, press forward to move forward. There needs to be a gradual speed up and then slow down when you release the key. How much, though? And how long should it take? Games are full of small stuff like that, and that is a huge... Absolutely. So this is actually, I'm a car guy, and I understand that many people in the chat are not at all interested in vehicles. I totally get it. I totally get it. But this conversation is interesting. Like, what is the difference between a Dodge guy and a Ford guy and a Chevy guy and a BMW guy and a Toyota guy? A lot of it is that little stuff. Where's my light switch? Where's my gear lever? How does the gear lever feel when I move it? How tight is the steering? How responsive are the brakes? What are the headlights like at night? What noise floor is within the car? Every make and model is a little bit different. There are things that you are not even perceiving that you do perceive. There's conscious and subconscious perception, right? So your subconscious is perceiving this stuff, and it is informing your conscious mind without your knowledge. And that is what informs your opinion. That is one of the most interesting things I learned in psychology, is the relationship between conscious and subconscious mind. Harold was actually talking about this in his stream the other day, playing No Man's Sky, and it is absolutely, you're a bicycle guy? Hey, different strokes for different folks. I can't be a bicycle guy because it would take me 5 hours to get to work. In Canada, you do not generally, unless you're in the city, you generally speaking do not have the luxury of using a bicycle. It is... I'm about 76 kilometers from the job site that I work at right now. I have to drive about an hour one way, and then an hour home. And that is without accounting for traffic. So where would I find... Little monkey. Ooh, little monkey. Love this little guy. Question of the day from recent memory from Nimloth. Alan Wake. I am not going to leave there a single cent. Not going to leave there a single cent. The only reason I have their launcher is because it's... Oh, the company that published Alan Wake. I see what you're saying. Yeah. You might want to get out of here for a while and let them respawn. Okay. That's what I was thinking, like with the drowners, I could just, like, leave the swamp and come back, and they'd be back. Okay, so in that case, we can go to the fields. We'll head over to the fields, we'll see if there's any quests. I believe we did collect a quest for the, I forget what they're called. They're the, they're floating ghosty ladies. Let's go find Berengar and kick his ass. He deserves it. Helping Salamandra. Alright. Let's head to the fields of yore. This is the one thing that is disorienting me about the fields. Okay, so we've got, we've got these, like, this grass, and the grass doesn't render far away. So as I'm walking, the grass is rendering, and it's absolutely hilarious. Let's find Sarevok and kick his... Oh, wait. You know, Geralt would kick Sarevok's ass. He would. Sarevok? Sounds like Azerjavid to me. Okay, so let's head over to the farm. Okay, so we couldn't get into the ruined mill. There is a... Ooh, wait. There's a crypt. We're going in. crypt means armor pieces, and armor pieces mean Geralt's more badass. And I want Geralt to be more badass, so we're going to that crypt. Okay, what do we have? Okay, so it seems that we are... right here. I will have to make some potions. Oh, shit! Okay, now we're doing okay. Easy, there we are. Perfect. Okay, we'll get the remains off the scimitar. Woo! Hello! Nice lady! Whoa! My god! Okay. I really need to get some cat potions. There we go. Still in good shape. I'm okay taking this damage. I don't think it's too big of a deal. Oh, beautiful. Torches, not ideal. Well, to be fair, the sort of intricate vegetation doesn't come off well, and I'm hard-pressed to think another thing in games that bitrate... Yeah. Yep. Grass, flame can be another really hard thing to render. What would be another really difficult thing to render? I would say water can be really hard to give nice effects to. Oh, by the way, you inspired me to start playing the first Baldur's Gate again after 28-ish years, which has turned out to be a great... I'm so glad. Ultimately, guys, here's the deal. And I mean this sincerely. The whole point of everything that I do in this channel, the whole reason that I do what I do here, is to inspire you guys to enjoy the games again. I think that there is such... There is such a beautiful experience that can be had with these titles, and I think that so many people... I'm not saying that anyone here is inclined in this direction, but there are so many people who write these games off. And I want to inspire people to enjoy, honestly, not just retro games. I want to inspire everybody to enjoy everything that gaming has to offer. There's so much out there, guys, and you're never going to play it all. You're never going to play it all. So, I think that finding those experiences is rare, and I think that we should lean in when we do find those things. God, I deal so much damage to the ghouls now. This would be so much more badass if we could see what I'm doing. That's it, I need to make some cat potions. We're going to find a place to rest, we're going to get some alcohol, and we're going to make, like, 5 cat potions. If I'm going to be in crypts all the time like this... Ooh, interesting. Alright. Oh, we have another alp. Right. Well, come over hither, my dear. Didn't work. There we are. I think I was using strong mode in that fight, which is why it didn't work super well. Oh, you like the idea that Geralt would just fight in the dark? I mean, I kind of do as well. And certainly in the books, I would argue that Geralt would definitely end up in situations like this a lot. But I must say, from a viewer's perspective, this might not be the most enjoyable thing in the world.
Masera.
Jagen Flagen, welcome in. I love your name, man. It honestly makes my night a lot of the time. It's just the best. I have to wonder if you designed it specifically to elicit that feeling. Well, you can. With the cat poke. That is honestly really neat to see. Just look at how ominous that looks. I will say that if this was a scene from from a show or a movie, this would be atmospheric as fuck. Geralt loses his potion, you can only see him when he casts Igni. Pure cinema. At least I get their health bars, so I can be useful. Breaking news! Known vandal breaks into local crypt and assaults terrified women who are grieving there. Oh, that's what the Alps are. They're the grieving widows of souls long since past. What the? I'm sorry, what?
We represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild.
Let's go, buddy. A Garcane. Alright, let's get a look at you, buddy. Oh, let's not get a look at you, buddy. One, steal underpants. 2, 3, profit. Absolutely, just profit. Bro, books, coughs up blood. Sell the Eternal Fire Ring from Chapter 1. You haven't needed it since Chapter 2. Perishes. It's like, dude, the fuck are you doing? Come on now. Look, you never know. You never know. This is a first-time playthrough, Wheel. This is a first-time playthrough. I'm doing the thing. Oh, you get 2 of the rings. This is fucking with me so hard. What is this? Okay, so that's the main hall. Yo, buddy! Right, does this give me any light? No, not really. Revere. Oh, that was... Gotta let the combo happen, books. There we go. Grab some cat potions here. Circle of the Barren Lands. Which one? Okay, so not the signs that I'm using the most. We could say that. If you for some reason want to skip the Reverend, you literally can't because you're going to have to deal with him anyways. You can get that ring from an old villager after giving her... Oh, I did not know that. I also missed, apparently there was a cellar in the village where you encountered an apparition from the Wild Hunt, and I didn't encounter that. Set you on fire! Hey! Okay, so setting a scimitar on fire actually lights up the room pretty nicely. Boom! Missed out on Luvarden's quest or just didn't finish it? Which quest are you referring to? The one with the Salamandra seals? If it's the Salamandra quest, I think that I did turn in some Salamandra badges, just not all of them. So I, like, kind of did it. Oh, Fleda. There we go. Note to self, Fledders make really nice torches. Okay, so we're trying to find the remains. We're trying to find the Oh, hello, buddy. Okay, so I can kind of see in here. Chapter 1, he asks you to find the remains of his friends and bury them. And then you meet... Yeah, okay, so yeah, I did not do that. I missed that quest. And honestly, that's kind of... I don't mind that. I really don't. I think that there's this thing in gaming culture now where we have this idea that we must attain an optimal playthrough each and every time. And I think that I'm okay with leaving things on the table. I think I'm okay with missing stuff because, frankly, I don't know what I'm doing in this game. I'm human, I'm a first-time player, and I think that one of the things that is currently, if I had to say anything was ruining gaming culture these days, I would say it's that. It's the idea that, I'm not saying anybody is kind of purporting this, but I will say that I think that the apprehension of just not doing the right thing kind of leads to inaction, and... Oh. There we go. I would say that I saw this quite a bit in conversations around Daggerfall Wheel. I saw this loads of times when I was in, like, forums and stuff. It's like, why, like, what's the optimal way to do this dungeon? And it's like, just do the dungeon. Like, that's, like, the fan base was like, there is a right path. We're not gonna say there's not a right path, and we're happy to tell you if you really want it. But half of the enjoyment of the game is finding the right path. So, if you're just steamrolling all the way to the correct spot, you're missing the point of the game, which is discovery, which is finding these cool locations that, frankly, you wouldn't find unless you sucked at the game. And I see this especially like grinding games, like Pokemon, and stuff like that. There's so many people that do that. It's like, how do I fast track to level 100? And it's like, just play. To be fair, I did have to use walkthroughs for some of those dungeons, but I never play a game for the first time with a guide or a walkthrough. My first time must be blind, otherwise what's the... Yeah, exactly. I loved in Kingdom Come Deliverance is, there was ways to fail quests or parts of quests while they would still complete, or you could move on. And while it felt bad in getting a failed quest or suboptimal outcome, it felt like my playthrough was really my story. I agree. I completely agree with that. Some of those dungeons were insane, though. I love Discovery, but those pre-made ones were... Yeah, okay. Shedungeant was a sick joke. Somebody was having it... Like, Dureni Tower and Shedungeant were insane. And I will always remember the names of those dungeons. I will... Oh, but this is the point. Because they were so hard, I remember them. I can't name a single other dungeon from the game because none of them were Lysandus' Tomb, Shedungeant, and the Mantel and Crux, of course. Yeah, Mantel and Crux. But I remember those dungeons because the difficulty of those experiences are what make the memory. Dewey, I'm always surprised to learn that most people skip huge chunks of games. I think completionists are a minority. I would say that they're a minority, but they are a loud minority. I would say that most gamers do things the way that I kind of purport, but I'm also in the content creation space. And the whole point of a content creator is to apply brevity to a long-winded point a lot of the time. You know, short form, I need to explain how you can beat Final Fantasy VII in 30 seconds. You can't, but it's my job to try, and I disagree with that. I think content creators should, we should be people. We should humanize the experience of these video games, and we should have our opinions, and we should share these opinions, because that's cool to do. But I think that we've also kind of allowed certain expectations of games. You know, applying... Urius! Sir, I need to... Oh, you're a bigger boy! You're a bigger boy! It's not dealing too much damage, which is nice. I feel like this fight would be really cool to see. I'm really mad I don't have Cat. But I will say this, so to Wheel's point, I agree that there's a lot of gamers from, like, the millennial generation and older that it's very much not... I don't think it's as much of a problem for us. But what I do see is within Gen Alpha in particular. We have Ancient Scimitar. We have Gutted Fish. And some Diamond Dust. I feel like the Gutted Fish is important. So I'm going to take that. Like, why is there a Gutted Fish? That's my question, so... I think that... that is important. Now... that looks like the entire dungeon. That looks like the whole area. If you play Fallout 2 and don't finish it within the first 10 minutes, are you even... Well, and that's actually... many people would take that as a video idea. There's lots of people who would make a video out of that. Oh no, I'm technically in a fight. There we go. Okay, now it's nighttime. What's nighttime like in the fields? Okay, so what do we have over here? Okay, so we do have a campfire. We have another campfire right here. So let's make our way over to it. Campfire right here. I mean, if we're sharing opinions, I always try to do as much as possible in a game. I certainly don't propose looking at guides on the first playthrough. That would be insane. I'm just inquisitive like that. I'm just inquisitive like that, so I always scratch my head when I talk to my friends about a game, and they tell me they didn't read any notes, and I skipped like half the Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, they didn't read any notes and skip. Yeah, I'm a codex kind of guy, but for the lore, I do find there are many times where I don't read integral information. I tend to, I find this, when I do this, it's because I'm going too fast. And this is one reason that I like revisiting older games, because these games require slowing down. And that has really, really helped me. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna make loads of cat. We're just gonna make tons of cat. Veritas, welcome in. Ooh, my forgotten / don't have enough time for game is Baldur's Gate 3. I can't play a game like that without having to take notes of what I'm doing, and I don't need to... And I need to play it for a week straight with no... Yeah. That was my problem with... So, I actually don't think I personally answered the question of the day. So, my answer to the question of the day is... Baldur's Gate 3 and Bloodborne. Bloodborne, I never ended up getting a PS4. That was a game, I really wanted it, but I couldn't get a PS4, and I told myself, it's like, I'm gonna get a PS4, I'm gonna play Bloodborne, and I just kept forgetting, and other stuff kept coming up, and I just never ended up getting to it. Rainlight, welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders, you're raiding into ads, you fool! You fool, you're raiding into ads. Mexi, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me, but welcome in. Here, I'm actually...
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar.
Nope.
I'm a god.
My man!
I'm a god.
Alright, I sent a message to the Raiders, so hopefully they can hear. That is the Dagoth Wave, Hemo. That is a song by Young Scrolls, who does remixes, you can look him up on YouTube, does ridiculous and hilarious remixes that kind of spoof on Elder Scrolls subculture. It is absolutely hilarious, and that song is the Dagoth Wave. That song is the Dagoth Wave. I am going to... Rainlight, I assume that you are turbocharged and subscribed and all that lovely stuff. So, I assume that you can hear me, so welcome in, my friend. I see that you're playing some more First Light. How are you enjoying it? Oh, I'm No, my friend, don't have a disease. It's fantastic. So, like, I know that you played the Hitman games as well. So, no spoilers, obviously, but give me your thoughts. What are you thinking? How are you liking the game? How are you liking it? Very Naughty Dog-esque? Ah, okay. Okay, well, okay, ads are done. So, Raiders, welcome to the game library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I'm a variety streamer that focuses on video games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today, we are playing The Witcher, the Enhanced Edition. This is my first time experiencing, not the franchise, I've played The Witcher 2 before, but I played The Witcher 2 essentially back when it came out on the Xbox 360, and I since have not touched The Witcher. I've read none of the books. I am not necessarily a long-term Witcher fan. I'm loving this game. I'm absolutely adoring this game, and I think what fascinates me about The Witcher is a lot of the rhetoric around it that is negative in tone, I would say. But I'm very much enjoying the game. I'm enjoying exploring the history of the game. The history of The Witcher 1 is a history of a lost game, a game that was lost to time, which is Rise of the White Wolf. It was a port for The Witcher 1 for the PS3, Xbox 360 that never happened, which is very interesting stuff. Has some Hitman bones, but not quite as sandboxy. Much more cinematic, much deeper combat system, especially for melee, which is super fun and a highlight for sure. You know, it's kind of wild to me. I'm just looking at the trailer, and like the gunplay looks more fun as well. Like, one kind of annoyance that I had with the Hitman games focused a lot more on, it's not stealth necessarily. It's like just hiding, disguising, blending in that seems to be the emphasis of the Hitman games. It's just get a disguise, find your opening, and then just make a quick, like, take the guy down and then escape. Whereas the gunplay is smoother too, yes, and has some subtlety. Yeah, exactly. The payoff of a Hitman game, in my view, is it's that build up to the kill. Like, the kill is the point. And the build up to that is what makes those games special. But when it comes to First Light, I think that when it's a Bond game, you don't have that. Like, you're not an assassin, you're an agent, so yes, you do have to disguise, you do have to hide, but you also have to stand and fight. There's gadgets, there's all these circumstances that don't lend itself specifically to the Hitman style, but I'm very glad that they focused on what makes Bond a good character, which is the cinematics. He's a very I don't have a good word for it, so I'm going to say there's gratuity to a Bond film, right? Gratuitous violence, gratuitous cars, like, just everything is so overt in a Bond movie. A Bond movie is a showcase of cinema. That is what a Bond movie represents to me. It's bombastic, yes. It is boisterous. It is flamboyant. And First Light strikes me as a very flamboyant game. And I've been lurking in streams of friends. I don't care about spoilers for the most part, as long as it's not like huge story spoilers, and so far I've managed to avoid those. But it is definitely something I just from what I've seen, I'm like, okay, you've struck a chord, and you've made the first Bond game that I've really liked the look of in a long time. Like, GoldenEye was really, like, that was Bond for me for the longest time. And everything was trying to just capture what GoldenEye was. And what First Light does is it says, we don't give a shit about GoldenEye. We could not care less about GoldenEye. We're here to make our own Bond game. And their approach includes the movies and what the movies represent. And I'm a Bond movie fan, right? I like the Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Pierce Brosnan, Bonds. Daniel Craig did a very, very good Bond, very good films. Casino Royale is probably the best Bond movie, if I had a gun to my head. But I really like the old school, like Connery, Roger Moore kind of stuff. Those Bond movies, I adore the 60s camp of Connery Bond. It's great. Oh, it's got some flams, all right. Hemo on YouTube answering the question of the day. I think the game I was hyped for was Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, which is the DLC for Elden Ring. I always forgot about it when I had the spare money and have still not played it to this day. Yeah, like I was saying earlier in the stream, pardon me, the dynamics that kind of facilitate forgetting about something that is a good game. Like, it's not, you're forgetting about it and it's good. You are forgetting about it and maybe you've actually bought it and just not downloaded it in your library. This whole, we almost have too much occupying, or, for a lot of my childhood, I had access to like 10 games, maybe, tops, right? I had my dad's collection. Okay, so we had Dark Forces, we had Jedi Knights, Mysteries of the Sith, and Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy hadn't come out yet, so there was that. We had X-Wing and X-Wing Alliance, and TIE Fighter, and X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. My dad really liked The Sims. And then I had Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. We had Star Wars Racer. And I had Pokemon Red. And that was the majority of my childhood right there. That was like it. For basically until I was like 12. That was all I ever had access to. And now I'm to the point where I kind of look back on those times and it's like, man, like those times were so simple. And sometimes I wish, we've all done it. We've all looked at our Steam library and just been like, what do I play? We've all been there. And in those moments, I'm definitely like, oh man, I wish I just had less sometimes. And that's just such a weird thing to say. Like, even saying it, I'm like, I can't say that. That's wrong. But I feel that in those moments. I definitely feel that in those moments. I was going to ask this earlier. Are you planning on touching the adventure modules for this game? I would definitely implore you to do Price of Neutrality, because it lets you explore Kaer Morhen Valley. Is that a mod? Wheel? Is that a part of the Rise of the White Wolf mod pack? What I really liked about the 1960s Bonds is that the Soviet Union formed a great counterpart threat on top of whatever criminal mastermind terrorist Bond force was up against. And after the dissolution of the Union, it felt like the Bond films were searching for something to fill that void. Yeah, I think so. I think that also speaks to the time in which those movies... My dad talks about this sometimes, actually. So my dad was born in 68. My dad was born in 68, and he talks about this a lot, actually, which is he grew up under the shadow of the bomb. Everybody in that era did. And he said that, it informed so much of that culture. We had so many great experiences having conversation. My dad and I we're very sentimental guys. We're very personal. And we have a lot of moments where we just kind of...
Sarah.
Conan, welcome in. We sit and we have a coffee and, we throw on Dark Side of the Moon or something like that. We throw an old album on, and we just talk. And now that I'm older, my dad is sharing aspects of his childhood with me, and that is one thing that comes up, is the culture of the 70s and the 80s under that kind of threat of kind of, you know, well, frankly speaking, world annihilation, right? How do you build something under that, right? And we often regard the culture that was created during this era as kind of the pinnacle of culture in general. And I find that really interesting. And as gamers, we kind of have this a little bit too, where I think that if I had to, gun to my head, say, you know, what is the golden era of games, I would say something like, you know, I would say a year. I wouldn't say an era. And I would probably say something like 2007. And the reason I would say that is because that seems to be a focal point where a lot of the games, you know, before 2007 and several of the games after 2007, they had really immense impact. They really changed the world. Like Halo 3, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Resident Evil 5, I would say, was kind of a watershed moment, due specifically to the fact that it was a follow-up to Resident Evil 4. Dead Space was another monumental title, another monumental game. We can have a conversation about, you know, eras that are a little bit better, a little bit worse, but I think fundamentally 2007, for me, if I had to be like, that is when stuff was just chef's kiss, I would say 2007. Just the releases were hitting it out of the park, and it was just good times, man. It was just good times. And part of that might be a little bit of nostalgia on my part. You know, I was growing up and everything, didn't have responsibilities, all that good stuff. But I would say that when you're a kid, you are far more of a consumer of culture than you know. Adults, yeah, you know, we do consume culture, but not in the same way children do. Not in the same way teenagers do. Teenagers in particular, they inform culture and they create culture, and they engage with culture more deeply because they have leisure time. The way that we interact with this stuff as adults, it's not lesser, it's just different. It's just very different. Like, even the way that I think about a video game now has kind of changed. Before the stream, I kind of felt guilty whenever I would do some gaming. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be like, I could be mowing the grass right now. I could be cleaning windows, I could be doing dishes, I could be doing any number of things, and I'm sat here playing a video game. But I think that bringing it back to Rainlight for a second here, I think that the ability to recognize when something is genuinely good and being able to engage with something in the moment. You know, we're having a moment right now with 007 First Light. And a lot of people don't, due to the culture and the speed at which things move these days, a lot of people allow these moments to slip them by. But if you are a part of something, if you make yourself a part of something, that's special. That is genuinely special. And I think that more people should strive to do that. You know, and I'm a retro I enjoy retro experiences. I really love these retro games. But, you know, if there's something really good that comes out and it's new, I think that as gamers we do have a bit of an obligation to engage with that. You know, we talk in the negative so often from a cultural perspective, where we're just like, no good new games are coming out. You know, we're just getting slop these days. That's a word that is just getting used so much, and slop. It's just everywhere. So when something like First Light happens, when something like Mina the Hollower happens, when something like Resident Evil 9 happens, I think that we need to have the presence of mind to celebrate that thing. And I mean celebrate it. I remember when Halo 3 came out. That shit was a party, man. That shit was a party. Have you ever quit a game solely because of the difficulty? Am I talking about the entire scope of my life, or am I talking about as a streamer? Halo ODS, yeah, like midnight release parties were just insane. They were amazing. Mina the Hollower was released recently too, after 007 having good. Yeah, it was 2 days after 007. I'm trying now that I'm creating content. I'm trying to. The thing that I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to apply games preservation ideas to modern releases. So the videos that I've made recently, they've been fundamentally about modern titles and applying the philosophy of a games preservationist to that. And I've been enjoying the mental exercise. I've been enjoying it. I remember the party for the newest WoW expansion. That was legendary. Really, there was a release party for that. See, I don't see that as much. You know, especially now that physical stores are kind of eh. I know the Switch had a pretty immense lineup. The Switch 2, that was pretty huge when that console came out. Can confirm, I played it and I loved it. It's like the perfect mashup between Hitman, Splinter Cell, Metal Gear Solid, Tekken Weapons, and Batman Arkham. Ooh, that's okay. I might need to play this. This sounds like it slaps. No, not officially, but in New Zealand we all waited for it and had a. That is awesome. And I think that's interesting, Veritas. You know, as gamers, yeah, maybe we're not having these like. We're not having the same moments, but we are still having moments of that, like that positivity that we used to have back in the day. Definitely. Scope of life, I'm just curious. I would say that. Souls games. Dark Souls 2. The Pursuer. That fight took me forever. I got Late Rain Raid, Sammy! Welcome in, my friend. Hope you're having a great day. It's good to see you, my friend. So, I think that Souls games, dude, you're looking, I'm a lot healthier now. I've gained weight. The meds are really working their magic. I've grown my hair out. My hair's a little bit long. I'm rocking a Sammy Do. Now. Shad hair, easy. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls is the black sheep of the family. We don't talk about it. Wait, what meds? So PG, I have had for a long time some kind of elusive gut health issue, and I was losing weight at a pretty remarkable rate. I went down from 190 to about 150. I lost quite a bit of weight. I couldn't eat, really. Like, I was on, like, boiled chicken and rice for a long time. It was really, really bad. So they put me on a nerve medication, because frankly speaking, they were taking shots in the dark because they don't know what's wrong with me. But they put me on a nerve medication to calm down. So you have a sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. And your vagus nerve, which is your second brain that controls it's the sympathetic nervous reaction, which is rest and digest. It calms that down. So I've been taking that, and it has helped a ton. So I've been able to eat, I've been able to put on weight, I've started to exercise again, I'm putting muscle back on, I'm feeling really, really good. I'm also going to be going for surgery, probably within the year. I've got a very severely deviated septum, so this nostril basically doesn't work. It's just gone. So, and then I've got, I found out, so it was ears, nose, throat doctor, and I found out I've got scar tissue in my throat as well, because I had mono when I was a teenager, and it nearly closed my throat, and I found out my body still has scar tissue from that. So, if there's ever any weird overtones in my voice, it's because of scar tissue. Fun fact, I did not know that my entire life, and I just found that out at 30. Same here, except right nostril. Can't wait for yeah, it's going to be life-changing. I'm actually, it's very uncomfortable a lot of the time. Because, imagine, the way that I've described it to people is that it's like someone's constantly doing this. There's just constant pressure right here. It's not just it's not that I can't, take a breath. And I do have to breathe, to get any air past, I have to breathe in really, really sharply to get it to work. But there's constant pressure in this part of my sinuses because there's always buildup. I'm sorry, this is TMI probably, but it definitely feels like there's like a ball of pressure right in this side of my face at all times. My septum is deviated left far enough for it to be plainly visible. I'm looking into yeah, everybody with a deviated septum, I do recommend consulting an ENT, for sure. Yeah, you can't really see mine until I do this, and then you can see it. So how's the meds affected everything else? And actually, no, it's been all good. I'm sleeping better. They're helping me sleep better. I was getting some weird anxiety stuff, and it's corrected that pretty much as well. It's been literally nothing but good. It's been nothing but good. It was kind of wild, actually. Hello?
I didn't know she was down here, so you're gonna have to let her out of it.
Okay. Actually, I haven't taken a break yet today. I am 30. Yeah, I'm 30. Yeah. I'm 95, baby. I'm turning 31 this year. Yeah. Dang, thank you for all the well wishes, guys. Yeah, it's been, for those who are close to me in the stream circle, you know how much I've been struggling with this, and there were a lot of days where, especially when I was at my lowest weight, probably the scariest moment, like I said, I was not able to have enough calories, and I was losing weight, so I was on the job site, and we were working with black iron pipe, which is very heavy. It was 6-inch black iron pipe, and I had it overhead, and I was holding it, and my body basically tried to shut off. My body was like, you don't have the calories for this. It tried to basically just, all the power went out of my arms, essentially, and I had pipe over my head. That was a super, super scary moment, and it took literally, I just had to, mind powers, and I was like, no, arms, you stay up. I basically, once I felt that, I just locked my elbows so that I couldn't, mechanically my body couldn't let the pipe down. And my journeyman was like, are you good? And I was like, nope. He's like, okay, I'm coming over. we'll get a hanger on, and then you're fine. Luckily, we had hangers ready, and he's like, we got it back in, then I got off the and it was scarier because I was on a 10-foot ladder at the time too, on the top rungs. So that feeling of like, it was like colic is what it felt like. It was that kind of like, you ever had a dream where you fell? That feeling that makes you go and you wake up? That was me on that ladder. I was just yeah, that was, it was genuinely, and I went to my doctor and I'm like, look, we need to figure this out or I'm gonna die. Like, this is insane. Yeah, exactly. Necro, welcome in. Hope you're having a good, we're finally making some cat potions. Yeah, it was not a good time. But Wheel on YouTube side, answering the question of the day. I first learned about Arx Fatalis from a Mandalore. I love Mandalore. Yeah, Mandalore video and thought, man, that's awesome. So I bought it. It took me like 5 years to play it. Amazing game, but yeah, I love Arx Fatalis. I suck at it. The magic is insane, but it's a good game. I really like Arx Fatalis. Didn't you say you hadn't had a break yet? Yeah, but we're not running ads right now. So at the 3-hour mark, rest assured, everybody, I will take a break. I'm feeling good. I know that I just highlighted all of the health issues over the last year, but I'm feeling really good. We're going to continue with the game a little bit longer. And then I promise I will take a break. I promise I will take my break. You look and sound great, really hoping things... Yeah, no, it's been on the uptrend. And the stream and the channels, everything's been going really, really well. Everything's been going fantastic. And the nicest thing is that I like what I'm making. There was Humo on YouTube is asking, what is my favorite studio? As in a games studio? Like a games house, as it were? Necro's answered the question of the day, RimWorld. Heard about it, didn't have the time until far later. Then, once I got into it and understanding how things work, I put so much time into it. Yeah. It's, again, and I've said this like 20 times this stream, it just fascinates me how we have objectively good games in our backlog and we just don't get to them. Oh, and to return to an earlier point quickly, Price of Neutrality is a side adventure made by the game devs. They included 2 made by themselves and 4 community. And the community adventures are inferior. Interesting. Wheel, if you don't mind, this is of course optional, but I would very much appreciate you popping into the Discord, if you haven't already. I can't remember if you have already, but if you could pop into the Discord and maybe post some links to that content so that I can appraise it for myself, because I would very much like to get into that stuff. You need to buy Subnautica 2 so I can contribute to the downfall of crafting. I'm just buying it for spite. Fuck 'em. And before we get too far into the game, you will have seen him in the chat, Sammy Snow TV. He is a Pokemon shiny hunting channel, but he also has a variety channel, Snowy Sam TV. Excellent dude, excellent streamer, excellent conversation, loves the Elder Scrolls. Absolutely loves the Elder Scrolls. And I met him playing Morrowind, actually. So, great dude. I would very much appreciate if you would check out his channels. Actually, I will shout out his variety channel as well. So you can go check him out there if you are so inclined. But irregardless, great dude. I cannot say good enough things about him. His community is, like, most of the tons of people in chat right now I met over on Sammy's. They are absolutely amazing, amazing people. Now, I did see a question of the day answer from Beardsley that I didn't read off, so I'm going to scroll back to that before we get back into the game. There's Beardsley. Answer the question of the day. I have 2 for you. Space Marine 2. It took me a long time to pick it up, even though I wanted it the day it came out. I've enjoyed it since. Another is Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I got sold on the hype everyone put out. I want to play it. I actually own it, but I still haven't had the time to actually invest into it. When you're starting a new game in The Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition, it gives you a choice to start the main game. Oh, I see, so it's just a part of it. Ah, interesting. Play it on GOG, it works so much better, and is pre-patched. You talked about... Oh, Fallout New Vegas, yeah. If you're playing honestly, any game on PC. Pretty much any game on... Any old game especially on PC. If you can get that on GOG, do. It's going to run so much better. And it's DRM free. Alright, we finally have some cat potions. And I did get a new quest, which is... The Ancient Scimitar. So let's read this. The monster from the crypt in the fields is dead. It probably slaughtered many villagers in its time. I should take the trophy to the village chief and claim my reward. So we will do that, and on the way, I think we might be able to encounter some giant centipedes, because it has been long enough, I would say. So let's make our way back to Murky Waters. Let's see what we can avoid here. Ooh, light metal. Having 2025's Game of the Year in your backlog is wild, right? Genuinely, it's crazy, but it's guys, like, it's a thing. And it's fascinating. We all do it too. It's not just like, oh, look at this idiot. Like, no, we've all done it. We've all had games that we were just so unbelievably hyped on, and we just didn't get to it. Counter question of the day. What is your game of the year that was played in 2025? Didn't need to come out in 2025. Stream game or just a game that I've played? And does it have to be a new experience, or is it an experience? You know what? It should be a new experience, I would say. Because otherwise, what's the point? Any and all, just a game. My 2025 game of the year. Most of the games I've played were on stream. This is tough. It is a toss-up between Thief and Morrowind. But can I call Morrowind my 2025 game of the year? You know what? I think I can. Due specifically to the fact that it was my first full playthrough of the game. But then there's Daggerfall. I really love Daggerfall. Shit.
You're different.
I could drink.
The man has broken my brain. I'm going to say Morrowind. Morrowind was my game of the year, 2025. Yeah, Morrowind. That game just... It went from a game that was honestly a absolutely hated foe within my life Like, I did not enjoy Morrowind the first time I played it. Genuinely. Like, I struggled with that game. And it's now to the point that it's not just a favorite game, it is a game that occupies a very, very important place in my heart. It is, whenever I reopen that game, it makes me feel so peaceful. It's serene going back to Vardenfell. God damn it, she followed me. Tobias Hoffman.
Greetings.
Hello.
What be your moniker?
Geralt of Rivia, Witcher.
Lucky to have two witches visit us. Ha ha! I, Tobias Hoffman, am the village chief.
Haha, yourself.
Beastie Beta, what brings you here?
Warframe never gets mentioned at the Game Awards because it would sweep every category it enters in at a risk of the community actually starting. This is a hill I will die on. Warframe is a good game. It's excellent. I got in during the early days of Warframe. But to think that, well, okay, the categories it would enter in, I don't think it would compete with any of the big single-player novellas. So if we are competing in the internet live service space, I would say that Warframe is a very, very strong contender. Soulframe is another one that I think that the thing with Digital Extremes is that they're so community oriented. Like, really, they are a masterclass in how to manage your community as a live service game dev. I do feel that genuinely. They've done a very, very good job. I did have some customer service issues back in, I want to say, like 2015 with my account. I think Dragon had a similar issue with them as well, but I definitely, I feel that since then it's only gotten better.
I'm here about the notice.
What do you have for me?
Nothing yet. Is it still valid?
It is.
I thought he's the village chief. I'm supposed to talk to the Scimitar.
Your reputation precedes you.
Meaning?
The Scimitar.
5 monsters lie dead. That's worthy of a reward. This runic stone is said to be very powerful. Take it.
Oh, every copy of The Witcher 1 is personalizers. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, so like what Jerkops was saying. I had one customer support experience in Warframe. They reverted account actionite. I see. Keith Power actually has a permanent Best Soundtrack Award because we all live together. Any work for a Witcher? Any non-humans around here? Know where I can find... Friendly Vaudian priest.
I wanted to talk to you about the Vaudianoi.
Julian's in charge of that business.
Business?
He fishes treasures from the lake,
I think signs are the way to
and
play.
sends them to markets in Viciba.
Any work for a Witcher?
A creature looking like a fish with legs appears by the lake. They say the crypt in the fields is home to a beast. It has huge teeth, resembles a dead mother-in-law. Horrible, they say.
Any reward for these creatures?
Bring proof, and I'll be generous.
The scimitar from the crypt.
I've seen enough proof. You're 800 orens.
Oh, wow.
Any non-humans around here?
Elves live on the shore. Pretty disagreeable lot. I thought to give them leftover food. They looked at me so cold I nearly froze. They're a strange bunch. Still, I've enough to do here in the village without worrying about them.
Fate, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Long time no chat. Hope you're doing good. Oh, you're Killing Joke. But I can't remember. Yeah, no, you have not popped in since then. No. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you're doing well. Hope that you're doing fantastic. Let's see. I heard there's going to be a wedding.
I heard there's going to be a wedding.
Yes, my dear daughter Alina is marrying a gallant, hard-working, and honest fellow. You know the joy that finding a good lad for your daughter brings? No? Thought not. Fighting is all your kind thinks about.
That's not quite true, but listen, got any jobs for a witcher?
There are more urgent matters. We'll need to discuss that another time.
Primarily trying to use useless signs like Yarden or Ken. Never gave them much thought before. Not useless, but not straight down. Yeah, so I think that signs like that, it's a more nuanced playstyle, I would say. It's not so head-on kind of thing. Going through a lot, but hopefully it resolves it. Yeah, all the best wishes. I'm not asking you to share personal details in chat, but whatever it is, I hope that it resolves. Things are very good on my end. Thank you for asking. And I'm very much enjoying The Witcher. We're hopefully going to be getting into the second game rather soon. We're very close to end game, I believe. It drops whenever... So Quen drops whenever you take a hostile action. All you can use it for is, like, drinking a Okay. Well, okay, so it buys you time. So that's not entirely useless, but I take your point. I do take your point.
Know where I can find the friendly Vaudian priest?
He's often sitting by the altar of the Lady of the Lake. Sometimes he's driven off by Dagon's worshippers, but he always returns.
I see.
So, Fate. This is actually the interesting thing. I have no experience with The Witcher 3. So, what I'm interested in is the history. So, the fact that The Witcher 3 is getting a DLC now, that is honestly historic, in my view. Now, there have been games that have released DLC long after the initial release of the game, and so on and so forth. But I still think that it is remarkable that we are getting more Witcher 3 content so long after the initial release. It's been 12 years since Blood and Wine. So, it's interesting to me that we're getting that. But in addition to that, it is the reason for said DLC. And that DLC is so that The Witcher 3's story will tie in. It is companionate to The Witcher 4. So, I don't think this has ever really been done before. Where a developer has used a DLC made a decade after the release of the initial game and all its DLC, and is using that DLC as a way to push the new entry in the series. That is absolutely immense. That is so cool, and we need to be talking about this more, honestly. From this perspective, I mean. Come on, you ugly bastard. Okay, there we go, dealing plenty of damage. Oh. Keeps disappearing. Rocket Man, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Take him down. No, he's gonna... Oh, wait, we did. Yes. Alright. We will slay the other one, and then we have enough. We can go to the village sheep. You could say it's a companion app. Could we say that? Could we? It's certainly very interesting, and I'm looking forward to it mostly because I'm going to get to experience The Witcher 3 so long after the initial release of the game. And even so, I'm getting new content. Like, think about that for a second. I am playing The Witcher 3 over a decade after its initial release, and I, as a new player, am getting new content. That is... that's unheard of. Why can't I... oh, that's why. Why did it deselect my ability? That's weird. Fate Keeper looks very, very good. Fate Keeper looks very, very good. I made a video on Scrolls likes and my thoughts on them, and how I'm so interested in how fans of Bethesda-style games kind of waited politely for... okay, Elven Craftsman. We waited for ages. You know, we kind of just sat politely for 10 years while Bethesda did nothing but give us Starfield eventually. So it's not like they did nothing, but no Elder Scrolls stuff. And now we're just making the games we wanted ourselves. Rocketman, I can 100% talk Star Wars. God. This combat just looks so dope. Ah, I love it. I have seen the trailers for Alcahest, yes. Yeah, that's the thing, like, the Scrolls-like genre is popping off right now, and by the time the Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, they're not gonna have the market share they're expecting. Because there's going to be better games that exist. The only thing that the Elder Scrolls has at this point is its universe. Do you think we'll get a possibly live-action depiction of Abeloth in the near future? Like Ahsoka Season 2, for example. I think that if we do, it's going to be disappointing. I understand that sucks to hear, but I think that when Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, which are the only guys I really trust to make halfway decent Star Wars at this point, they don't get the budgets to make something genuinely cool. What I can say about Ahsoka and The Mandalorian is, like, yeah, they're... The Mandalorian more so than Ahsoka, but they're cool, conceptually speaking, but they don't get the budget that the big box office Star Wars movies do. Disney was really burned by the sequel trilogy, and, pardon me, their willingness to go into a deep spend on Star Wars at this point is a lot less than it used to be. What I find interesting from what I've seen about the Alcahest, is that it seems like anything and everything can basically be used as a weapon. The interactions with the environment they've shown off is crazy. Like, even the part of him throwing the health potion, that is very Elder Scrolls as well. Like, if you've ever played an Elder Scrolls game, like the physics engine in Oblivion, being able to just move stuff around the map, that is something that was kind of unique, at least in kind of the RPG space. It was very unique to Elder Scrolls. Nobody really dabbled with that too much. I agree it will likely be disappointing. Abeloth requires Disney to commit to a real Star Wars horror, coupled with a proper fleshed out... So, this is the thing. Dave Filoni... Oh, shit. There we go. That took one down. I think the fisherman always comes back, so it's not that big of a deal, but... Sorry, I'm doing two divergent kind of thought processes. Wheel, yes, I have had a little experience with Endriel. Nothing huge, but I have experienced the game. It was kind of weird. I'm gonna be honest. Like anything that kind of plays on Skyrim's engine and uses Skyrim's assets is kind of it's a little bit weird of an experience. His tail's wagging for me. But I think that the story was really interesting. I really was fascinated by the story. Okay, Elven Craftsman. So, to Rocketman's point though, Star Wars with horror. I don't trust Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau to do that. And why do I say that? Because George Lucas would not have committed to that. Abeloth is a EU character, and Abeloth is something that I don't... George Lucas's... His sentimentality and his approach to all things Star Wars was hopeful. He wanted to give people hope with Star Wars. So I think that anything that doesn't do that is, I'm not sure they're going to bite. Now, you could point at the Mortis arc. You could also point at, this is really taxing my memory. So Clone Wars, both cases, you had the Mortis arc, and you had the zombie worms from Geonosis. That was horror a little bit, and you even had Filoni playing around with kaiju with the Zillo Beast. So Filoni is having a play, he definitely is, but he's also doing it within the context of like a show, right? It's not like a cinematic experience. And I think that if you're going to do something with Abeloth, it's going to be levels of horror that we have not seen in Star Wars. Like, we're talking about chaos demons from Warhammer big. Like, Abeloth puts some stuff in 40K to shame. Abeloth is terrifying. She's a terrifying force entity. And I think that if you did something with Abeloth, I would want it to be animation. Because I would want it to feature Luke Skywalker. I believe the EU story, again, I'm taxing my memory like crazy right now. I haven't read these stories in ages, but I think it was Luke that encountered Abeloth in the EU. I might be mistaken on that, but I'm fairly certain it was Luke that encountered Abeloth. But that's a real stretch on my mind there.
Good you're here.
We're gonna have to say farewell. Ads are gonna be starting here in a minute, guys. Just for the record, I will be taking my ad break.
Have you forgotten me? Much time has passed since our encounter at the end of the world.
I lost my memory.
No matter. I am called to Ruviel, and I am pleased to find you again.
Me too.
What brings you here?
Oh, there's definitely a card to be had here. Is there any way I can help? You mentioned we met.
In Dol Blatana, the Valley of the Flowers. A most beautiful place. I granted Dandelion the lute he now plays. Meeting you changed me. I once hated humans without exception. Your words planted doubt. When the war brought all that hatred, I realized there was another way.
I'm glad.
As am I, Witcher.
Is there any way I can help?
Indeed. We're wounded and hungry. Negotiations with the peasants went poorly. Our dignity is all we have left.
What can I do?
What can I do?
You could buy fresh bread. 20 orange should cover 5 loaves.
I'll return soon.
Grab some bread for them. Now, where's the elven craftsman? I do need to find the craftsman. Ah, there he is.
Kedmil Vatgern.
Greetings. Who are you?
When the chaos of war surrounds us, few care for beauty and harmony. I ensure that beauty remains in the world. I create customized objects.
You're a craftsman?
Craftsmen produce useful items. The beauty of my works could awaken the dead.
I'm here about the notice.
Do you have the giant centipede armor?
What are you looking for?
Well, you know, I've been missing that sketchbook for like a year now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just had the thought that maybe it wandered down here because it kind of looks like this one.
Yeah, I definitely do not have that in here.
Here.
Finally, I'll be able to progress with my work. Take this pouch for your toil.
Above all, I believe the new Bethesda game needs to be moddable, and if there's one benefit to them stretching the game biro to its maximum is that it's helped modders out a lot. Though I guess Starfield runs on an engine different from... Yeah, it does. Yeah. It runs on... I think it's Creation 3. And I don't think that it incorporates Game Biro.
Ooh. Okay, so what's everybody's take on The Sims then, though?
What about it?
Well, because you, like for me, I don't tend to, heavily mod my games.
Okay.
One, because I can't, but, I feel that there's a whole section of Sims gamers that, they don't actually play The Sims.
Oh yeah, no, people who mod...
It's another
yeah,
entity.
Yeah, absolutely. There are people who play Skyrim that don't actually play Skyrim. They play a Skyrim-based game.
I wouldn't even...
Skyrim is the foundation for what they play. And that's it. The game that they build, we were just talking about...
So it's a fan game.
Yeah, we were just talking about...
But that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Okay, we have gone into an ad break, guys. I am going to be taking a breather, letting Quinn outside, and then we're going to be getting back into the game. I plan on doing a longer stream again today because we missed quite a bit of time this week due to the shifts that I was running, so I'm hoping to do a 6-hour stream today. So we're going to take an extended break, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to progress a little bit in the game. We will see you guys in a bit. Really? Right?
That's good, Sigma.
Can you sing? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect foreskin for Dagoth Ur. Yeah, Vivek mole-egged his ball. So much so that it made history. They wrote a book about it. The entire sermon is a prolonged allegory about post-nut Claire. Now, excuse me while I enjoy my high tea. Tastes like aristocracy. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. Oh, wait. I love how that's how you're gay. What the fuck?
Suck on a glorious amount of all-American custard! God damn it!
These fuck-ass Nords Nerevar, they're injecting the kids with skooma to change their natural Dunmer skin color. Are you telling me someone willingly slept with Amron? That motherfucker has been trying to find his rusty iron sword since the Second Era.
Last words, a guy with a beautiful voice. He makes me melt. Ooh woo. You're really gonna struggle getting down the mountain otherwise. So we're gonna help you, okay? Okay, are you ready?
Ooh, they knocked the wind out of my balls.
Well, okay, it's not a level 3 unrelenting force, so You want to know the best part about the Hist? Their entire existence is a pun. They're arboreal appearing entities that exist outside of space-time. They see all the timeline, forward and backward. They're Hist trees. God damn it. You want more? You just saw your buddies get killed, man. Did he grabbed my arrow.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
Dagoth's drawing? All right, I'm scared. I think I'm going to die, but we're going to see how this goes. All right, ran out of stamina and got kicked on the ground a whole bunch. I will burn this building down. I am underslept. I have 3 hours of sleep. No coffee. The fuck? This is a trust cannon chat. Ah, I believe I could fucking die! Oh no!
Bye, bud.
In that case, Melly, I'm sorry.
The road is long and troubled, and we need
No, Melly, why are you doing this?
We mount our mighty steed to gallop down the way. With strength and fervor,
Melly!
his mane flowing in the wind. Severus climbs atop him, a new journey now begins. Yamatse Cranberry, the greatest horse you'll ever see. Galloping with speed and might, now sing along with great delight. Yamatse Cranberry, clippity, cloppity, clip. Yamatse Cranberry leads us on this trip.
Oh, God. Oh, what have I done?
Like, ooh, yay! No. Oh, what the hell? We've slain all the werewolves in this area.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
No, no, no. God damn you. Join the werewolf centipede. They touch tips. They touch tips. You do not have a good friendship in Dwarven kingdoms unless you touch tips. It's a cultural thing. Oh shit, oh shit. That is called thinking you have the upper hand and not actually having the upper hand. Look, man, if you would just wear some socks.
I'm wearing socks right now. I have one sock on and one sock off.
Fishnets.
What's wrong with that? It's still a sock. Shut up. It still counts. It's still socks. Still socks.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情9比，冰淇淋速度与激情9，我最喜欢。所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情9X3，不要忘记，不要错，国际的去电影院看速度与激情9，因为非常好，电影动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋再见。
Your local pop punk band, Colon Feeling.
Welcome to Colon Feeling. We're serving up a shitstorm.
10% of the winnings are going towards braiding my glitching taint hair.
What can I do for you?
Lord Farquaad, is that you? Fuck my life. He wants the bran flakes. I know, he can't resist. They have corn and bran. He needs fiber. It's to wash down the human. Little known fact, humans do not have a lot of fiber. Okay, think we got it. As long as I don't get gang banged by the cultists again, I think we'll be okay. No. Why are they humming at me? They're whistling in my ear.
We got a bunch of guys around a car. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those,
Yep.
yeah, okay,
Yep.
nice.
I see wires. Yep.
There's a battery in there somewhere, probably right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Metal. There's metal here.
Good looking engine, yeah.
Yep.
Good looking engine.
Absolutely. I think there's suspension on this thing.
Yep. Yep.
Possibly.
Yep.
Possibly. I believe this right here is where the oil might go. Not there. Here.
Might be the accumulator shaft. I think
Yes.
Part of an engine.
Yes.
Yep, totally. Yep.
Over here we have the timey-wimey thing. Yes.
Is that where you put the headlight fluid? Right next to
Yes. Yeah.
the doohickey goes?
Yep. Absolutely.
Nice.
This is, I believe, the Kajigger drive.
Yep. I've heard of those. Yeah. Modern.
Absolutely.
Modern. Nice. Yep.
And then, of course, they ride on the thingamagoos.
Yeah,
Man knows his cause. How's work? Oh, okay. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Not my fault.
Chat, say hello to Mrs. Books.
Don't listen to the Elder Scrolls lore wiki Nerevar. Gnomes are very real.
Oh, truck!
Come at me, scrub lords. I'm ripped. Oh, hey, that is so terrible. That is the worst thing about this game, and I'm totally doing it.
I was drawn to you from the start.
I'm a weak man. I'm a weak man.
I got a new idea for spreading the blight. You see, last time I spread it over the wind. Everyone knew it was coming and could protect themselves and warn each other. I've got a much more subtle method now. Picture this: STDs. No one will want to talk about how they caught the diabolical Dagoth clap. It's the perfect plan, Nerevar.
Bad time to drink. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Oh, God. Sir, your skin. This is why we tell you to wear sunscreen. SPF 60, minimum. Guy needed SPF 1000 after the trip from Red Mountain. Certainly looks like that. Where are you? You beautiful, beautiful man.
We are about 4 seconds away from me jamming my tongue down your throat.
What?
All right, that's enough of that kind of stuff. The mod author knows this is a complete tone shift, but just felt like it was important for you to hear. Let's get back to sex jokes and fantasy racism.
Again? Really? All right. Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, that does look good. Good job, babe.
What does?
The book thingy.
Oh. Where'd you find that? That was not here.
No, this is the one my parents gave me for Christmas. This is not what I'm looking for.
It's like you planted that.
No.
I've been accused, chat. I've been accused.
Did you not hear me say, "Oh, well then I guess I'll use the one I don't want"?
No, I did not hear that.
You never listen to me.
Selective hearing.
Oh, it's plain. I could put stickers on it.
Chat says hi.
Where's the camera? Where is the camera?
It's right here.
It's smaller now.
It's moved.
Yeah, but it used to be white.
Wait, there's a brake pedal? The fuck? That one's down here and it broke. It's unplugged, don't worry. That was the one that nearly caught fire. I told you about it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Hashtag Razor. Sponsor me.
I have not been down here in a while.
Okay, so we've turned in the chitin from the centipedes. How does the oh, it just fizzled. It just fizzled. So the LED just started flickering. Hello, Quinn. Good old Chinesian. Yep. All my peripherals right now are Razer stuff. I like the mouse. I'm using the Razer Basilisk for my mouse. I actually really don't mind it. It's more the keyboard I'm using. It's the Black Widow Chroma. I really don't like the Razer Synapse. It's not even like the actual keyboard that I mind. It's the software. Like, I hate Synapse with a burning passion. Absolute burning passion. They just did an update on Synapse and it sucks. So I'm currently looking into getting... This is actually picturesque AF. I'm not gonna lie. This is beautiful. I'm just gonna stand here for a minute. It's genuinely very pretty. The water in this game looks so good. Especially for the Aurora engine. Like, my god. As I was saying, I think that Razer stuff, and frankly, like, Steelcase, is it Steelcase? I think it's Steelcase, or Steel Series, whatever. Corsair, I think all of that stuff is, it's charged at I think at one point this stuff was good. I think when the companies were smaller, I think it's the same way with everything, right? Like, once you scale something, you're always going to be manufacturing in a place where quality control is kind of an issue. And then your stuff just inevitably becomes shittier. I think that Corsair used to make okay stuff, I think. I think that Razer... I can't remember if Razer used to make good stuff or not, but I definitely know Corsair used to be decent stuff. I just don't know what else to buy. I've been thinking about Keychron. Logitech, I know for a fact, makes very good stuff still. I've been thinking about Keychron for my keyboard. I think that for my mouse, like, if the Basilisk V3 that I'm using doesn't die, I'm just gonna keep using it. But that's the problem. Like, the actual keyboard itself isn't dying. The mouse isn't dying. Like, none of this stuff is dying. So I feel like there's part of my brain, it's the kind of like the old school part of my brain. I don't like to throw stuff out. I like to fix things. I tinker on stuff. I don't like to get rid of things. So I'm really... It's like, I want a new keyboard, but your old one still works. I really want a new mouse, but your old one still works. You know, like, that's kind of the machinations of my mind when it comes to this stuff. So I'm just gonna use the mouse I have until it blows up. Gonna use the keyboard I have until it falls apart, probably. And then, I don't know, we'll figure something out after that. Keychron is quite expensive. Logitech, my problem with Logitech is, for their keyboards at least, I haven't really liked the feel. I haven't tried enough stuff, though. Wheel. You're calling me the... I was walking away. I was walking away, Wheel. I was walking away. And you were like, hey, by the way, you can get a card in the Elf Cave. How's that me? Oh, you were calling your... Oh, you were calling yourself. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm assuming it is Taruviel. We found Dragon's YouTube. We found him. He's on YouTube. Das YouTubes. All right, we're going in. Not like that. Not like that. Maybe like that. I don't know yet. Oh wait, no, we still have to get the bread. Oh, okay, Wheel, this is one thing with this game. The writing for the cards is so obvious. Like, the moment I speak to a character, I know whether or not they have a card. I know straight up when they have cards. It's so obvious within the game. Like, either they're just overtly flirtatious, or they talk to you like you're some sort of idyllic figure. if either of those is true, they're probably going to have a card. Now, it might be like Shawnee, where getting that card is a very extensive quest, but they probably have a card. Where am I on the map here? Ah, there I am. So you sniffed that old granny at Shawnee's place and you instantly knew, yes, card. There's no way Granny has a card. Right? Please say no. I lose all faith in CD Projekt Red if that Granny has a card. You know what? There's a mod for that. Rule 42, there's a mod for that. Thaler has a card. He does plowing business. He does. Circle of Waning Magic. I know Naiad has a card. We have to find her necklace. Okay, so there's the Eastern Shore. We've got the crypt there. There's this campfire.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
Alright, fine, Conan, fine. I will do my self-care. I did just come back from a break.
Release all of those sounds that are trapped in your mind.
Oh. That being said, that was needed. Okay, what else? I don't want to report you to the self-care police books. The Witcher 1 is frankly ridiculous because of the amount of women you can, trade cards with. It's got like 6 times as much fun as the other game. It is honestly one of my least favorite parts of the game. And it's only because it's so overt. I think that if all of it was more akin to, like, even Shawnee's was kind of, like, at the end, it wasn't really, I don't know, the dialogue was weird. I don't know how else to say it. Like, the dialogue was just kind of cringy, which, of course, is kind of the nature of the game, but It is the mechanic of the game that I'm probably resonating with the least, if I had to say. There have been moments where it's definitely been funny, and it's totally a meme. Like, it's hilarious each time it happens. But I don't know, it's been strange. Okay, 10 Devourer Teeth for the Witch. Do I have Devourer Teeth? I think I do. I think I do have... Oh, where would that be? Okay, so this is supposed to be... How is this alphabetized? It's definitely not alphabetized. Yeah, the card collecting in this wasn't my favorite aside from the silly ones. Now, when you talk to me about Gwent, now you have my... The dice is very fun. I do like the dice poker minigame. I basically used up an entire stream just trying to play dice more. Do I have Drowner Teeth? I feel like I need a new book. Where would I buy a new book? We'll head to the village. I want to see if there's any more books I can buy. Because if I can, I definitely should, so that I can... Listen, man, it was lonely Polish IT guys working on this in like 2004 or 2006. This was the way to release frustrations. You know what? There's no arguing with that logic. Your argument is impeccable. I cannot deny it. Okay, so we'll head down this way. Make our way to the village. We'll see if we can get more books to find out, you know, about herbs and new information about monsters, so maybe we can get some more depth from the consumables. And then we'll see if we can encounter some devourers. I'm assuming that those would be in that crypt, though. So I'm wondering why I didn't encounter any. Let's see if I can find them in the monster manual here. Okay, I definitely have not met a devourer. Devourers are scavengers which live near human settlements, usually in caves and ruins. Immune to conventional poisons and resistant to knockdown attempts. Sensitive to silver and necrophage oil. Devourers try to knock down their victims and eat them alive. Shadow dust, cadaverine, Albar's crystals, and devourer teeth. Devourers are often called night witches because they resemble old, ugly women and are famous for their rich, witch-like viciousness. These creatures gorge themselves on human flesh. Although they willingly eat carcasses, above all they crave flesh that is fresh and warm. Devourers hunt after dark, and devourers hunt after dark in groups that peasants refer to as Sabbaths. They like to deceive their victims and torture them, but there is no truth to the tales of their midnight flights on broomsticks and their gingerbread houses. Alright. That sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. So are they going to be around... They're near human settlements, so I would assume that if I wait until nighttime and... Yeah, so... Oh, pardon me. So wait until nighttime, and then they should be around the settlement. I'm not sure if they would be in the crypt. Okay, let's see. Prize-winning cow. That's Alina's house. Baker's house. Prize-winning cow. Adam's house. Blacksmith's house. Village chief's house. So do we have anyone I can trade with? That is the question. So nobody's in their home right now.
Yes?
Sell that. Sell the silver amber. Should make us quite a bit of gold. We have a silver necklace. Sell that one as well. Now, is there a baker around here? There's the baker. Would they be outside or would they be inside? It seems like they would be inside. Let's have a chat, shall we? Hello, baker.
You followed the aroma of my fresh bread?
Absolutely.
All my goods contain finest
We talk
flour,
about this all the time in
secret
chat. What is our
ingredient from a
favorite
grateful
bread?
Nymph?
And I must say, I'm a absolute slut for some pumpernickel.
I need something.
How may I help?
I have 20 orens for 5 loaves of bread.
I've got 20 orens for 5 loaves of bread.
bread is 5 orens a loaf, and 5 loaves will be 25 orens.
That's fine. Let's see. We will buy 10 loaves of bread. Because I'm a giving man. I'm a giver. Actually, let's see what else he has.
How may I help?
Nope. That's... I was hoping maybe it'd be a different page, but... Nope, it's just the basic stuff. Okay, now we'll make our way back to the encampment. I am going the right way. Good. Now, what I would be interested in is how many loaves they take. If I am more generous than what they are expecting. Don't ask me how. It's not him. You're lying to me. You're lying to me, Will. The baker has a card. And it is his card. The art is doubtless horrifying. I will never be the same. Okay, if we have any artists in the chat, we need a card for the baker. We need a card for the baker, and we need to make a mod called Unwanted Cards. And then I will put it live on Nexus Mods. And we will all be rich. Because they totally charge money for mods on Nexus Mods. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Are there any paid mods on Nexus Mods? I know that most people, it's like support pages and stuff like that. You know, like just send me like 20 bucks on coffee type deal. But I don't know of any... paid mods on Nexus. Don't know if that's the case. Okay, Toruvia.
Yes?
How many loaves was I supposed to buy?
5.
Mm-hmm.
We need food. Hurry.
Farewell.
Come back here.
Yes?
I bought bread.
I'm pleased we didn't misplace our trust.
Here, 5
loaves.
loaves.
Why can't I give her more?
Moments like these make me
Should
think
be able
we
to give
can
her
end
more.
this spiral of hatred and accept each other as we are.
Perfect. Bread has been given. Nice 2-frame animation on the guy in the background. Honestly, one thing I love about this game is that it reminds me... Okay, I don't know if there's many anime fans in the stream, and probably even less fans that are into, like, the big 3 type thing, but in Naruto, when you can tell when the animation budget was being stretched. There are so many, like, points where I would, like, pause the show, and it would just be the most ridiculous-looking, cheap drawing of Naruto just, you know, casting a jutsu or whatever, and it's just hilarious. It's so funny. And then they dump the entire animation budget in, like, a single episode for, like, one specific fight. And I honestly get that feeling. It's not the same for a video game, obviously, but when I see a bad animation, or just a silly animation like that, it gives me the same kind of joy. It gives me the same kind of, like, heh. Let's see what we can do next. I must face the Rock's teacher in the swamp cemetery. In the swamp cemetery? Okay, so that I'm not going to be able to access that? I remember watching Naruto as a kid, and the first intro showed him as a baby, right? And kid me thought, He must be special because he was born... I can totally see that. I'm meeting the rock. I need to smell what the rock's cooking. Sorry, Lahire, the Quinn Cam is busted right now, but I can do this for you. I can do this for you. And she's on prednisone right now, so she is very keen for some treats.
And I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
Oh, here we go. So she's been a little sick pup. She's been a little sick pup lately. So she's on prednisone right now to try and help with her issues. Can we say hello to chat? Just a face. Just the crackhead eyes. Just. She's so keen for food right now. Prednisone increases hunger. Like, massively increases hunger and thirst. And we haven't changed her portions, but, she just feels like she's not getting enough food. Quinn. Have eyes. Keep bark. 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 There we go. There we go. There you go. So whenever you guys redeem the Quinn Cam, that will be what you get, because the current Quinn Cam is broken. I was supposed to get, I actually won a camera. I was in a competition, content creators competition, and I won a camera. But the company that was managing that, they have not returned my emails. So I'm just assuming that it was kind of a farce to try and sell that particular company's product. Okay, one moment. Craft Routier's armor. Dandelion told me that a peasant woman named Alina took Alvin in. I must find him and talk to him. How did he ever end up here? Dandelion, of course, went straight to the local inn. Alina, okay. Let's find Alvin. What is this? Oh, we have a wyvern. Go. Nailed it. Ah. Missed. Missed again. Switching to simpler animations is a common trick, and it happens in, I would say, even fairly modern games. Still hilarious. Yeah, well, and this is funny. Have you ever, and I want to know this, has anybody taken their modern game and they've just dial the resolution right down, just dial it down to nothing, just for like old vibes kind of thing? I did that in Resident Evil 4, the remake, and I must say that even when it looks shitty, it looks pretty good. But then again, I do play a lot of old titles, so that's Salina's house. Alina's house. There we go. Oh, walked right past it. I had to do that a bit for Stalker 2 back when it launched, just to get it playable frames per second. I'm very fortunate that my machine can actually run fairly high fidelity on pretty much everything. The only game that, well, frankly, the only game that I've really had trouble with on this computer is Oblivion Remastered. But I don't think that's due to the game's graphics. I think that's just due to the optimization of the game. Yep, that's Tobias Hoffman. Where is Alina's house? unfortunately my cursor's all messed up because of my full screen. That's the baker's house, prize-winning cow. There's Alina's house, so it's actually quite far down. Let's head over. There's the blacksmith. Okay, so this must be Alina's house. Ah, I just wasn't looking at the right door. I was barking up the wrong tree.
Good morning.
Greetings. I'm Geralt the Witcher.
Dandelion once sang a love ballad about a witcher.
How heartwarming.
Are witchers like knights, struggling against evil and villainy?
Dandelion, I'm sure, described my profession realistically.
Dandelion, I'm sure, described my profession realistically.
The ballad was romantic. Lovers bound by destiny, unable to meet.
Romantic indeed.
I'm to marry soon. What brings you here?
Oh no! Unreal Engine 6. The number is a subtle reference to the average frames per second games will be using it. We'll run at. Oh my god. I'm definitely due to some PC upgrades sooner than I thought because of the new Witcher 3 content. Witcher 4 and whatever. Warhorse Studio. Yeah. I think there's no such thing as future-proofing your machine. I don't think future-proofing is a thing. Obviously, you can get kind of the most contemporary stuff and just pray, but I am fairly confident that the 4070 Super that I have and the Ryzen 9900X 3D and all the stuff that I'm running here, I might need more RAM for some newer games. I might need some more. I've got two 16 gigabyte sticks, so I've got 32 gigabytes of RAM. I think that I will probably want to run. Eventually, when prices regulate, hopefully they will regulate, I might get into... Yeah, that's more than enough RAM. More than enough RAM. But I think that for some contemporary titles, if I'm wanting to do something maybe a little bit more onerous, I might get an extra stick. You know, like, I'm not sure.
You taking care of Alvin?
Yes. He has such beautiful big eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, my husband-to-be won't adopt Alvin.
Can I speak to Alvin?
Yes, he'll be in the village, or helping around the house.
Farewell.
Wait, I have a request. If you happen to pass by the inn, would you be kind enough to look in on my fiancé? And perhaps see if my sister Selena can be found anywhere.
Your fiancé spending time at the inn?
We're not speaking. He's very irritated. We argued about Alvin.
Arguing already?
Julian wishes us to have our own children. He wants to send Alvin to the Temple of Melatella, or to be trained as a witcher. You'll find him at the tavern.
I see.
Interesting. Wheel on YouTube says, the Persian mathematician Al-Khwarizmi discovered the number 0 when he was trying to calculate the number of good Unreal Engine 5 games. You can open 5 extra Firefox tabs. That might be useful, you never know.
Hi, Geralt. I have a new home.
What is happening
Nicer
with this
than
kid?
Vizima was. It's just that I missed you.
You like it here?
I do! Are we gonna kill monsters together?
How do you know I'm here?
Fighting monsters is very dangerous. Promise you'll avoid it whenever possible.
I promise. There are elves around here. One is really beautiful, but she argued with Mr. Tobias. Can we play Kill the Elf?
Boy, I really need to talk to you and Alina.
It's not Alina. All the kids play it. I'm always the Grand Master.
We'll talk later.
For my next number, raising a psychopath. What? Child!
Greetings. I'm Adam.
Geralt.
I strive to compose a love poem for my beloved Alina.
Ask Dandelion the poet. Supposedly he's pretty good.
He said love would inspire me. He busies himself performing a diversionary maneuver.
A maneuver?
He's courting the miller's daughter to make Miss Arlene jealous. Clever, that one.
Like a fox. Can I ask you something?
Yes?
You're in love with Alina? You know she's getting married.
I love her secretly, so you must be discreet. And marriage is never an obstruction to true love.
Bye.
I mean, it kind of is. Speak now, forever hold your peace, man. That's kind of the point. It is to provide an obstruction to anyone else loving you. At least in that way. Yo, does The Witcher 1 have any DLCs? We were just talking about that. Apparently it does, and I didn't realize it. So, there is, apparently, whenever you get the Enhanced Edition, there is some DLC that you can access. It's not really DLC from the way it was explained, but... Yeah, but Wheel, that's Geralt. Geralt is a different kind of animal and a new kind of beast. Does it come with more cards? That's all that matters. Necro's like, do you have any cards? I would love some cards. Yeah, it kind of does. Adventures packaged in the Enhanced Edition, yep. So apparently there's 2 developer-made ones and there's 4 fan-made ones. And I've only just heard about them, so do not ask if I have any experience, because I definitely do not. Okay, so let's head into here. Elder Scrolls soundtrack or The Witcher soundtrack. Both are so with your. This is, well, obviously this is The Witcher soundtrack. I've really enjoyed the soundtrack of this game. What was this? Okay, so that's Julian. That's Selena.
Good morning, Witcher.
Greetings. You look sad.
My sister will wed a man she doesn't like. I have naught to wear to the wedding, for our father expended his savings on his beloved daughter's dowry. Furthermore, it's hot as hell.
Do
But
I
all goes
detect?
well otherwise.
Do I
Doesn't sound
detect a
good.
bit of resentment?
May I ask a question?
Yes?
Is your sister happy about getting married?
She's happy. She has no concern for her younger sister. Alina doesn't deserve happiness. Oh, how I hate that nymphette! Now she's ensnared Julian, a wealthy town merchant, while she wanders about with her nose in the clouds.
Don't worry. You'll find a good husband.
Better than Julian? Not, woe, I suffer for the masses, Adam? How pathetic. Or perhaps you mean the hermit? Such are my options. Did you see the engagement ring Julian gave Alina? A diamond larger than a pigeon's egg.
Calm yourself.
Why take her side? Admit it, she's dazzled you. Oh, how I despise her. She'll not have you. I'll give myself to you right now on the nearest rock. You merely need to give me a nicer ring than the one Julian gave Alina.
Oh my god! Ah! The writing! This is insane! Who the hell wrote this? I think we sold all the rings. Oh my god.
I have the ring.
Show me. It must be more beautiful than Alina's engagement ring.
What do we got? Nothing. We got nothing.
We'll achieve nothing that way.
She's ran off. Now where's she running to? She's running to the nearest rock. I know it. In 2007, there was no AI to write poor erotica. Luckily, we had CD Projekt Red's writers. Alright, where is the nearest rock? That is the question. Right, she's going to Selena's house. Right, where's the blacksmith? That's the chief's house. I don't know why I'm even looking into this.
Ahead of us.
I'm just morbidly curious.
Yes?
Can I get back? Silver ruby. Sure, we'll take that. They really done named them Alina and Selena. Yep. They done it. I'm gonna see if this one's nice enough. I'm just curious. All right, my dear. With everything out of the way.
I have the ring.
Show me.
Dad's home.
It must be more beautiful than
Scandalous.
Alina's engagement ring.
My God. Is this more beautiful?
That's the ring? So be it. I'll show Alina I can have any man.
But...
Kiss me.
All right.
I had to do it. The writing was just so ridiculous. Oh my God. Our newest conquest. What's going on is the process of getting cards in this game. Why isn't it? Alright, we should save our game because I don't think I've saved at all this entire time. So we're going to do a save now. Especially after oh, Dad was home. You scandalous woman. What happened to the nearest rock? Actually, she might actually have some more information for us for the quest. As a whole, the dialogue is just as bad in Polish. The card-related stuff, anyway. Oh my God. Alright.
Yes.
Information, please. They're remastering this game as well, aren't they? No, they're remaking it. They are remaking it. This is the enhanced edition. This is essentially already, quote-unquote, remastered. It's already been done. They're remaking it. So, all of this is subject to change. I'm actually quite interested, morbidly curious, more like, in how they're going to treat this aspect of the game. I've no idea what it's going to look like.
I'd like to talk to you.
I'm in no mood.
Even after I did my best work? How dare you, woman? So rude. That's kind of... That was the point I was trying to make earlier, Ren, when we were talking about the remake of this game, is that there is so much in this game, there are so many aspects of this game that are just... They're just not going to make it into the remake. It's simply not going to happen. And I think that a lot of people are expecting not necessarily apples to apples. I think they're expecting more or less the same story with upgraded gameplay, more in line with The Witcher 3. And I think that much is probably going to make it into the game. But I think for the most part, when it comes to a lot of the side questing, a lot of the cards, and that sort of thing, it's just not going to make it in. Sugar Bites, welcome in. I hope that you're having a great day. Welcome to the game library. And there's a question of the day at the top of chat. And as I ask every newcomer, do you like The Witcher? If so, what is it about the game that you love? These are the Devourers. All right. Let's do this. Oh my god, those are some tiggle bitties. Do you like The Witcher? Do you like this game? We happen to be playing The Witcher, so I always like to ask when people drop in. Because sometimes, you know, they're just browsing the category and they see someone playing the game they love and they want to talk about it. And then, of course, if you do love the game, what is it about the game that you're passionate about? Is it the atmosphere? Do you like the combat? Full package? All sorts. Oh, you don't know how you got here. You must have raided in. I see. Yeah, you must have been with Rainlight. Rainlight raided me in earlier, and he was playing 007 First Light. I think he's the only raid that I got this stream, so it must have been Rainlight. Have you played the first game, or are you more of a fan of like The Witcher 3 type thing? Go, come on. Okay, now are we going to get some Devour? Okay, perfect, we get teeth. We're going to need quite a few. No, I need, what was the button again? I think it was Alt, yes. Okay, so we have some more remains. Right here. I must say, Sugar Bites, the art style has been something that I'm new to The Witcher. I'm new to this entire presentation of the universe. I played The Witcher 2 first, and this was way back when I was a teenager, basically. And The Witcher 1 has always been on my list of games I would like to play. And I have a channel that's focused on games preservation and games history. So when this game was kind of posited for the stream by many of the viewers of the stream, they asked that I give this game a try, because it is, while it is well loved, I would say, as a franchise, this game in particular gets criticized quite vociferously by the fan base. Secretly hoping... What are you devouring, milady? Please, no. It hurts. Good lord. Behave, Malthus, behave. It's kind of interesting in the context of people talking negatively about the pursuit of photorealism, because I believe that this game was aiming for something akin to photorealism of its day. Do I believe that, though? I mean, if I look at The Witcher 3, I would say that the art style of the game isn't so much in the human models of the game. It's more...
Is that you?
The art style is more within the...
Alvin? Wait a minute. Triss wanted me to do something.
Artistic presentation
it into my head for an hour.
Of the world.
Oh yeah, I have a Dimeridium amulet for him.
Dandelion, I can't trust you to do anything.
Is that so? Well, I just remembered I had a package for you.
A package?
Dandelion, keep it in your pants.
Something. But I might have
Here's
lost
a gift
it.
for us. No bigger than a monkey's tail.
Dandelion. What do you have for me?
Fine. I have a letter to you from your lover.
Shani, hand it over.
Yes, we will be jumping straight into The Witcher 2. I haven't... Oh god, how long... Oh dear, how long has it been? When did The Witcher 2 come out? 2011? I'm gonna have to look that up. When did The Witcher 2 come out? They're definitely coloring and shading in certain ways. Like, there's a distinctive blue shade and so... Exactly. And in this particular game, it is so... it's almost like the firelight is treated differently in this game. Also, I would say the whites Like Geralt's shirt, his hair, his skin. Like there's a very specific kind of treatment to Geralt that I really, really like. Like, it's not simply that he's, you know, pale and has scars. Look within his scar, right? There's almost like a pallid sickliness to him. If you read his character description in the books, he's not a terribly, he's not unattractive, but he's not handsome in a princely way. He's rough around the edges. He's a mutant, right? He doesn't look right to a lot of people. You can tell that he's a Witcher, not just from the swords, but from him.
Turbulent times.
Even among Witchers, he is unique. And I think that this game, I'm hitting on the reason why I think this game is remarkable to me compared to 2 and 3. I haven't played 3, but just from seeing 3. And it is this face of Geralt. Other than the headband, Geralt's, his jawline even, it's very book-like. The fact he's kind of gaunt and pallid, it kind of evokes a more books Geralt kind of presentation. And he's very smooth looking in The Witcher 3. He's very, very just objectively handsome in The Witcher 3. And he's got none of that kind of sickliness as Witcher 2, okay, it was 2011. Okay, perfect. I don't have to look it up. Geralt is kind of a little spooky looking to people. It's not just from being a Witcher, he just looks like... Exactly, so this kind of sickly, pallid presentation of Geralt in this particular game, I think it's unique to the series, and I think that if we get The Witcher 3's look of Geralt, I think that's going to take something away from the game, if I'm completely honest.
Can I help you?
Okay, so we have no Julian.
Fighting or watching to hit someone.
So where would Julian be? I mean, maybe we just rest until the daytime now.
May I help you?
Got any rooms?
5 orens.
Sure, we'll sleep for the night. We do have some points that we can spend. So let's see. I like to think that Half Alive look is due to the fact that he was doused with extra experimental Witcher mutations, which not only turned his hair white, but also made him perhaps the strongest Witcher to ever exist. I almost want to do... It's more sign duration. So everything is only up to... Let's upgrade Ard. All the way up to... We should do Igni as well. Yeah, so we'll sink some points into that. And then, what are we missing? Okay, so strong steel and fast steel seem to be missing quite a bit of the basic stuff. So let's invest into that, make it a little bit more balanced. Right now, I've been just investing into my base stats, like strength, dexterity, stamina, etc. I'm curious, is there a respec in this game? Like, can you just reset?
Oh, my back.
but I think that this game, like even within the Witcher franchise, I think that this is incredibly unique.
Why do you stare?
Geralt?
I wanted to ask about Alvin.
He needs a caretaker who is knowledgeable about magic. And neither I nor my future spouse are suited to be his guardian.
I see.
You should train him to be a witcher.
You know not what you ask. For the time being, I'll keep an eye on him.
Geralt?
Farewell.
Right. So he's having none of it. So let's talk to Alina. Let's head back. So we'll head this way.
Gracious lady, really
Some people have used mods that add book-accurate Geralt to The Witcher 3, and frankly speaking, the ones that are well-made actually make him look better. I think the issue is within his hair. I disagree. Not in that his hair isn't correct. I think you're kind of right in that regard. I think it's also his skin. Like, we need to see, like, so pale, you can almost see veins for Geralt. Like, it's just... He needs to drive home the fact that he is different. And what we get from The Witcher 3's Geralt is just... It simply looks like just a badass dude with white hair. That's really all he looks like in The Witcher 3, from everything that I have seen. And again, if that's your cup of tea, if that's what you're wanting from the game, then more power to you. But as I read through the books, I'm very much coming to appreciate... This isn't 100% book accurate, by the way. This is not... To my understanding, this is not 100% Geralt from the books. It's missing a couple of key things. But this is the closest that we have been within the games. With that, I feel confident in saying. All right, Alina, I've done your spying for you.
Me?
Has Alvin been behaving strangely?
He told some terrible stories. I thought him delirious.
What did he say?
Something about ghosts condemned to suffer eternally by unrequited love. It was so...
Romantic, I know. I'll find him.
Why do you seek me?
I saw Julian and Selena together, but don't get bent out of shape. Selena's starved for attention. Julian didn't seem really interested.
Selena can be unbearable, but she'll change if she marries. And Julian, well, he loves me, and no argument can change that. I merely wanted to be sure Julian was well, without him knowing or thinking I was concerned. Thank you, Witcher.
Ah, women.
Is the world fairly large in The Witcher 1? Every time I'm here, everywhere looks so different. So, yes and no. It's very fragmented. So far in the game, we have been to the intro area in Kaer Morhen. We've had the outside area of Vizima. We've had Vizima, the city itself, which is split into the temple and the trade quarters. We now have the Murky Waters area, which is separated into the plains, the Marshy Waters village, the plains have the farmstead, and then you've got the lakeside. So the game, and the swamp, of course. We can't forget the swamp. We cannot forget the swamp. The game is expansive, especially for 2007. But that expansiveness is a little bit it's fragmented into different sections of map. But there's a lot to explore. There is definitely a lot to explore in this game. Okay, so that's spoken to Alina. Now let's see if we have enough Devourer teeth. 10 Devourer teeth, so we definitely do not have 10. We definitely do not have 10. Where did the teeth go? I just saw them. Ah, there they are. I've got 4. I guess I would have to label it as large instances as compared to open world. Yes, 100%. Large instance map. Yep. The swamp feels larger than it is because of those iron bushes that force you to take the long way around, especially if you have business around the tower. Yep, the tower is a maze. Getting around the tower area, I never really got the hang of it during my playtime. Okay, so we can definitely wait until... Did you ever get the Cult of the Lionhead Spider? Yes, I did. I did. At least I got the key. If I have the key, I guess I did the quest. I do remember the key distinctly, though. I am still on the first book. I haven't had much time to read, but I'm reading during my breaks at work. We have about 30 minutes. So I've got the physical books themselves, but I've also got ebooks. So I've just been on my phone and just flicking through. There's Alvin. Oh dear.
Help me!
Stop getting into trouble, boy. Oh, okay. Interesting. That was kind of cool that those animations lined up. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty cool. Like, we both jumped at the same time.
I was scared.
Everything's all right.
I know.
Why were you playing by the river?
I found a wounded dog. Shawnee says we should care for those who get hurt.
What was I thinking? Pick up sticks? Maybe we could settle down together? At least I stopped short of proposing. Shawnee deserves someone normal. Someone who will care for her, not wander the world risking his neck for a handful of coin. I have no right to put her and Alvin in that position. I'm a witcher. Sometimes I truly regret.
I love this art.
I miss them. Her.
Oh, I love this artwork.
I have a gift for you.
That backstory was awesome. I love that.
Necklaces are for girls.
This'll keep your nightmares at bay. I wear one too.
An amulet like yours.
Do you want to live with Alina and Julian?
I dream about Alina. I see her in the fields, dancing in sunlight, searching. She tells me to help, but I know we won't find anything. When I wake, I can't breathe and feel bad.
They're just bad dreams, Alvin.
Would you want to live with ordinary people? Witchers protect people like these. Simple, defenseless, normal.
Put on the necklace.
Dwan, look into my eyes. See your death. I don't need to hear this. You're not even human.
Alvin.
Now do you see the necessity of this action, no matter the price? Garrett, open your mind.
Yes?
He's normal again.
You should stop playing Kill the Elf.
I really like that game. I always win. Well, almost.
Alvin.
Okay, I'll stop. Yes?
How did you get to Murky Waters?
I was playing with Shawnee when they came in. The leader had glasses and used strange words I couldn't understand.
And what happened next?
Shawnee screamed at the man in glasses. He told her she liked freaks, and he'd show her what a real man was.
Mm-hmm.
Shawnee cussed and kicked him in the...
Right. Did they hurt her?
No, the man in glasses started crying, and the others were afraid to get close to her, while she called them bad names.
Shawnee's good at that. I feel sorry for the salamanders, but go on.
I ran, and they chased me, and I was running so fast. But then I tripped, and they caught me. They put a sack on my head and led me somewhere. I was scared, more than in the outskirts. I shut my eyes and imagined I was far away from those people. Somewhere beautiful with the sun shining. And then Alina found me. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
I don't want to go back there, Geralt.
It's all right. Let's see.
I'll be good. I promise.
Be good. I'll see you later.
I should have stayed with Triss. That is a bold statement. I'm actually considering what romance I'm going to be choosing for The Witcher 2. Now, is there a Devourer corpse around here? Because I very much would like the teeth, but I cannot grab them. Okay. Alvin is safe. I can focus on other matters. But this is clearly not the end with Alvin. I need to collect Basilisk's hides for Julian. 10 Devourer teeth, the heat of the day. I must find Julian and warn him. I've lived too much to ignore prophecies. Something wicked this way comes, and Alvin foretold it. It will come soon, affecting those he holds dear. Alright, let's go talk to Julian then. I don't know why Doug Cockle chooses Triss over Yennefer. Suppose I can't blame him when he didn't have a chance. I think that the Triss versus Yennefer conversation speaks to the different dynamics that characters have together. So, the people that are pro Geralt and Yennefer, I would say that they are saying that from a place of, like, the relationship just seems more destined, kind of thing. Like, Yennefer is destiny, whereas Triss is a choice, I think would be the way that a lot of people caption that particular conversation and argument. I know that Henry Cavill, who's a big fan of The Witcher, he often... Where would Alvin be? So Alvin must be in the home. Okay, we'll have to find them. We might have to rush there. It sounds... The quest description sounded dire. I don't think there's anything timed here, but we'll rush over there. See if there's some wild hunt shenanigans or something. Ooh, pardon me. That was unexpected. Lena's house is... right here. Did you ever hear the story of Henry Cavill's reload arms movement in Mission? Yes. Yeah, basically when he did this, his beard got like more, like it got thicker looking, I guess. I mean, Henry Cavill's just kind of a badass, honestly, so I'm really looking forward to that Highlander movie. Like, the Sean Connery one is iconic. It's very, very cool. But I think that... Let's see, one moment. The heat of the day. Track quest on my map. Ah. That takes me deeper into the village. Okay. So he is around there.
Oh, you're getting old, Granny.
Oh, I love weddings.
But yeah, from everything that Henry Cavill works on, I think that he has a real passion for the roles that he takes on. He was doing so many takes his arms got tired throwing punches, so to shake it off, he did that in one take. He said it felt dumb, so they did another take, and the director said, "Why didn't you do that thing with your arms? That was so good." It was a fluke, but yeah, it does. It's absolutely iconic. Going the wrong way again. Triss is hardly a choice, since she withholds information to Geralt to keep her fan. True. But Yennefer isn't, yeah, well, and that's the thing, like, I kind of feel sorry for Geralt in a lot of ways, because many of the relationships that he has in the games, the relationships that I guess that you could call real, I mean, other than Shawnee, they kind of seem based on manipulation of Geralt. I'm going to be completely real. Like, it doesn't seem like Triss or Yennefer are terribly nice to Geralt. Okay, so we have no Julian here.
Can I help you?
Geralt?
The true answer is sleep with Dandelion. I'm working on it.
What happened in Vizima after I disappeared?
Who knows? I left soon after you. Though I did hear that you staged quite a bloodbath.
Sometimes killing is necessary.
Now don't get offended, but has killing people become a pleasure for you?
I only kill humans in self-defense.
Like the old days. Try as we might, we just can't seem to cull the population of vicious SOBs.
I sense we haven't seen the worst of them yet.
Be careful.
I will.
Geralt?
So, what will the new ballad be about?
It'll be a masterpiece, in verse. Interesting, horrifying, romantic.
And the story?
Engaging and straight from life. I changed my mind, see? Poets don't need to embellish. Life is colorful enough.
Aim to write about peasants working the fields? Dandelion, I know you better than that.
Not as well as you think. You'll see.
See ya.
Dandelion is a character in the books that I'm getting quite a kick out of him. Okay, so Julian is supposed to be here. Where is Julian?
Your mother sucks dwarf cock.
So he's not here. He wasn't in Alina's house. So would he be outside? He was outside at one point. Ah, there he is.
I'm glad to see you.
What happened?
Alina went for a walk in the fields and hasn't returned. I'm losing my mind. Geralt, please help me.
Fine. I'll go look for her.
Thank you.
Okay, so she's off in the fields, which means she is this way. Yep, there we are. The place has changed. The allegations about relations with dwarves stay. Always. It's always about her mom, too. Oh, luckily in the later books, without being too... I do hear that. And I'm looking forward to getting to that point. Oh, here we go.
I dreamt I was a witcher fighting this monster, and I wasn't afeared at all!
Only fools feel no fear.
Villagers say Berengar's afraid to kill some giant fish. Not you. I want to be a witcher.
Do you think it's fun?
Sure, one like you, not like Berengar. Witchers are so brave. They never grow ill.
It's not true that witchers are never afraid. Besides, none remain who can complete their mutation. We never get sick, but that costs us, and then there's pain. Would you like to hurt badly?
We never get sick, but that costs us. And then there's pain. Would you like to hurt badly?
No. Can't I become a witcher without that?
No.
I'm not sure then. Hey, Geralt! These fields are great to play in.
Do you have the necklace?
I wear it constantly.
Do you still have nightmares?
Not when I nap during the day, but at night. I have strange dreams.
You needn't tell me.
I dream about Alina. I see her in the fields, dancing in sunlight, searching. She tells me to help, but I know we won't find anything. When I wake, I can't breathe and feel bad.
They're just bad dreams, Alvin.
When did this kid meet Berengar? I don't think Berengar would say be a witcher. So it's by the old farm. Go into fast mode, make us walk a little bit faster. Where? Oh, that's a little bit of a... Yeah, there we are. So what is... Was she always like this?
I carried a shawl full of juicy, sun-drenched raspberries for my beloved. Have you seen my shawl, Wanderer? I lost it. I'm to marry soon, but I must see my lover one last time. How sad he'll be if I bring him no sweet raspberries. Love is suffering, a pain that pierces my soul like a spear. Where is my beloved? Come rest in the sun. Ah, my dear sister, I cried on your shoulder. Why? Why do I feel so cold?
Because you're dead, Alina.
You lie. I shall scratch your eyes out.
But...
What have they done to her?
Help me! Help!
Oh, it's not letting me do a finisher. Okay, that's Alina taken care of. I thought there were some other ones too. It's just Alina right now. Did we grab anything off Alina? They were Noonwraith, yes, they were.
Yes?
Okay, so he has nothing to say about it.
I'll see you later.
Now, where did she go? Now she's gone. Let's see, the heat of the day. I must tell Julian Alina has turned into a Noonwraith. Okay. So he's definitely going to send Alvin away. Adam!
You killed my beloved Alina!
I didn't mean to!
Lawyer, you were jealous of her! Die, murderer!
Ah!
So everyone who dies turns into a Noon Wraith. I'll have to read about them. I'm interested.
Witcher, can you hear me? You who are neither man nor ghost. Mortal whom death follows.
Who are you?
A soul damned to wander the world forever.
Who cursed you?
I myself did, in killing my sister Alina, out of jealousy.
Selena?
Love denied. The sun denied. It burns! At night I sing my plaintive song.
Sad as it is, I must take the news of Alina's death to Julian. This whole quest and the raspberries thing are a reference to a Polish drama from the... My Roman numerals are a little rusty. What do we have? So X is 10. Then you have another 21st century? No, it wouldn't be the 21st century. Wait, so X and I. Is that 11? 19? X and I is 9. So XIX would be 19. Yep. So we have to head up this way. Oh. Can we come down this way? So, I'd be interested to know how you guys feel. Obviously, CD Projekt Red is 3 games in. How do you guys feel about their creative liberties with the source material within the games? Would you rather the Witcher games be a little more true to the source material, or... I'm kind of not sure. Like, I think that the games definitely work, and they work well. But at the same time, I have to wonder what the games would actually be like if they were ardently devoted to the book's material. I don't mind them playing with parts and expanding the story, even if semi-non-canon. I don't want to play the book straight one-to-one. That is fair. That is very fair. Well, and obviously, whenever you do a revision of something into a different medium, it can't be a one-to-one.
Yes?
Sheathe your dagger.
She killed my Elena! I'll never see her again!
Selena killed her sister?
She confessed! They argued, and Selena pushed Elena. My beloved hit her head on a stone. It's too terrible.
An accident.
Selena told me, and I couldn't control myself. Selena envied Elena, was jealous of Julian and his wealth. She must be punished.
Alina is not dead. She turned into a Noon Wraith.
Terrible! I must help her.
Try not to do anything stupid.
Whatever they've cooked so far has worked great, so keep on, yeah. I'm interested to see what they do with 4, now that they're officially, like, completely outside of the purview of the books. They've taken what Sapkowski did and actually gave us more substance. Sapkowski is the anti-author. He literally sits there and goes out of his way to prevent fanfiction because he sees it as an affront to his work or something. Let them keep going. They haven't done anything horrible quite. Well, okay, here's the thing. I think Sapkowski, as the creator, I think he's entitled to, in a sense, not to respect, like, if we're talking legit fan fiction, I understand authors not quite being on the same page with fan fiction writers. That's like, I know that Harry Potter fan base is really bad for fan fiction as well. Like, and just like not fan fiction that I consider in poor taste, I would say. So I understand having issues with that, but at the same time, if it's like genuinely good writing, like CD Projekt Red's doing, then I don't really see a problem with that.
Geralt?
The games adhere to the books in all ways that matter. The games were always an expansion on the books, since they're kind of a sequel/fan. Yeah, like, I honestly don't say that I can't say that I consider the games fan fiction. Like, I guess if we're being really technical, yes, but I think the writing is too high quality for me to call it that. That's like calling the Star Wars, like, the Star Wars Expanded Universe is fan fiction, but the writing is really, really good, and they're actually books that the writers made money off of. So, can I call that fan fiction when it was a money-making endeavor, fundamentally? And it was really well done writing. Like, I don't think I would call Heir to the Empire fan fiction, but it technically is. In the same way, I don't think I would call the Witcher games fan fiction, but it technically is.
I was supposed to find Alina.
Have you?
Yes.
That's wonderful. Is she all right?
Sit down and have a drink. Alina is dead. She has turned into a Noonwraith, a demon.
Dead?
I know it's hard, but we can't leave this as it is. People will start dying in the fields if I don't do anything about this.
I see. Do what you can. I'll pay you.
It'll be more than a silver penny.
Do what needs to be done, Witcher. And if you can, make it quick and painless.
I'll try.
You know, I believe in reason, not in gods. Yet I prayed to Melitele that Alina and I would meet again. I had a bad feeling. I repulsed it. I think I need time to accept the thought that my Alina is dead. Geralt, how did it happen?
Selena killed her, probably by accident. She's dead too.
How?
Ooh.
Adam killed her. He was in love with Alina, lost control of himself, and killed Selena.
By all the gods, that's terrible. So much suffering. What did they do to deserve this fate? Geralt, please help them, and I'll make sure Adam is arrested. He must answer for his crime.
Mm-hmm. I'll do what I can to help the sister souls pass on.
Right, let's see. I must find a way to free Alina's ghost. I should speak to someone who has knowledge on curses. Well, it sounds like I need to speak to the witch. Now, where is the witch? First, I want to read up on the Noonwraiths. So we have a Night Wraith and we have a Noon Wraith. So Selena has turned into a Night Wraith, and Alina has turned into a Noon Wraith. Noon Wraiths are born at high noon, out of heat, sadness, and the sweat of plowmen. In the hot air above the fields, they gather to dance, madly creating their air vortexes. But the specters dislike being watched. Those who peep are forced to dance with them. Noonwraiths stop their dance when the sun goes down, once the abducted mortal is long dead from fear and exhaustion. Okay, you're gonna go read Installed a Jailbreak on your old Kindle? Love it. So, you're able to just download books onto your old Kindle? That's awesome. Yeah, enjoy. What are you reading right now, out of curiosity? Probably The Witcher. I get that he doesn't have to accept fanfic, but he doesn't give anything outside the book. Yeah. So, he is unaccepting of an expanded universe. American Elsewhere by Jackson Bennett. I have not read that one. You must let me know if that's good. I'm always looking for new stuff to read. Right now, unfortunately, I'm reading The Witcher, but I'm also reading some academic material. I do like my academic material, I must say. A night wraith. Night wraiths are born of moonlight, wind, and the earth cooling after the heat of day. They rise above the ground and whirl in a mad dance, which should not be seen by any mortal. If caught peeping, the mortal is blinded by moonlight, then taken into the circle and forced to dance until he expires, at times becoming a night wraith himself. Noonwraiths are based on an actual Slavic folklore creature. They target farmers who stayed in their fields too long. The myth had a practical use since it prevented heat stroke. Slavic folklore is so interesting in that way. They're so, like, a lot of the folklore that we encounter is Latin based, and while that stuff is very cool and I like it as well, the Slavic folklore is so interesting in that it's not always negative in the sense of like it had a positive utility. Kind of like what we were saying, like it prevented heat stroke. People would be wary of the noon wraith, so they would make sure that they went in and got away from the heat. I don't really see that within stuff like the lore of vampirism and stuff like that. It's like a cool cosmic horror book. I'll have to look into it. American Elsewhere. Alright, now, we must find... I assume that the witch would be outside of the purview of the town. So let's make our way. Yes, could we get some good nights for Necro? One of our community moderators, and although he hates for me to say it, he is also an excellent streamer. And he is also playing The Witcher right now. I very much enjoyed tuning into his playthrough today.
Hi, Geralt.
How did you get here?
I'm not telling. I'll walk with you.
If anything happens, run.
Alright, let's see. So we have the Ruined Mill, we have a crypt, we have a small farm, we have the Druid Circle, we have the Barrows. Interesting, okay. Let's go to the Heat of the Day. So we've got a quest track going on right now. I mean, that could be said of all sorts of traditions. If I may be so secular, this applies to all religions. There are political reasons, things like... Yep, absolutely. A lot of this stuff can be traced back to practical use, right? A lot of the... Well, I mean, one could say that even vampirism was a lore that was bred from issues like anemia. Stuff that made people pallid and frail, right? And yeah, stuff like in kind of more like Gallic folklore, you've got stuff like well, the Fae, right? The mischievous Fae folk that get mysteriously... Oh, geez, that's actually a couple of them. That get mysteriously blamed for a lot of the troubles in one's household. good. Is the second one still after us? I do not see the second one anymore. Okay, so... I don't think they would be in the barrows, but the small hut over here. Let's head over that way. Can I use strong mode? Ah, no I can't. They are a fast form enemy. There we go. Perfect. The rhythm combat is getting better and better, I must say. I'm very much getting into it now. I was kind of talking to Necro about this during his stream while he was playing The Witcher, and how, because I don't play a lot of, well, these days anyways, I don't play an inordinate amount of modern games. So, I have a lot more patience for this kind of more rhythmic, pensive, ponderous combat that is indicative of The Witcher 1. There we go. Taken down. Okay, I saw some Vodnoi. They might have walked off that way. Ah, there you are. Okay, we'll go Teyu! Oh, that must be, the chief had a bounty. Alright, well... group form it is. Let's go, boys. No way that took them all down. Don't have remains off this guy yet. Oh! Okay, we have to stick around this guy. I do not want to lose his stuff. Okay, we have some... yeah, remains right around here. Teyu's head. Perfect. And we will take that to the village chief. Perfect. But first, let's make our way to the small hut. Don't know if you ever checked the world map, but Murky Waters is on the other side of Lake Vizima, so Triss didn't teleport Geralt far. I did not look too deeply into that. I was more enamored with the area, if I might be honest. How's The Witcher? The Witcher has been fantastic. Oh my god! Hi! The Witcher's been fantastic. I adore this game. Like, it depends on what we play for the rest of the year. Obviously, we're going to be going through the rest of the franchise, but this has been like a Game of the Year contender for me. Like, this has just been such a good time. Yeah, dude, it looked huge, didn't it? Yeah, that looked absolutely excellent. Oh, we've got some more wyverns over yonder. Okay, so the small cottage. So there's another Noon Wraith. And this looks to be the path in. Okay, so that ended up not being what I was hoping for. Thinking about them wyvern steaks. I mean, I don't think Geralt would.
Welcome, Moon and Star.
Squish! Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Shake your groan to. Oh my god. Squish. Squish. What the hell's a groan to?
It is not too late for for my mercy.
What the hell is a groan to? What were you playing? I need to see this. What were you playing? They're trying to bait me into making the...
How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you.
No way! You were playing some Outward?
I'm a god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Squish out here playing some Outward. What the hell? That is awesome. Had a dev. Oh my.
How you honor the
You had an Outward dev in the. No way. Honey Bear, thank you so much for the 5 months. Holy shit. Holy shit. Outward 2 dev in the chat. Wow. Raiders, welcome to the Game Library, where we give a voice to the voiceless games. My name is Martin. I am a variety streamer that focuses on video games history and the preservation of that history through experience. Today, we're playing The Witcher 1. Squish, if you and your peeps have to get your post-stream care, get your food, get your water, get your sleep, whatever it is you need, please do not let me stop you. But if you have some time, I would very much like to know. I like Outward a little bit. How was it? We did. It was very low. So, okay, I have to ask. Have you played Outward 1? Have you played the game before? And if you have, I need to know what you think. I think it's, personally, I think it is such a charming world. I really like magic in that game. Like, it's very cool. Magic mechanics in that game. It takes, like, how would I describe Outward? I would say that I would describe Outward as a mix of, like, a Dark Souls game and almost like so it's definitely Soulsy in its combat, but then it's almost like with the crafting and the survival mechanics, it's almost like Minecraft a little bit kind of thing. Like, obviously way more hardcore than that and way more of an RPG than that. But it's got a little bit of maybe a little bit of Valheim or something like that, but excellent game. I must confess, I am surprised that you were playing some Outward. I'm a little bit happy. My RPG loving soul is very happy that one of my friends has been playing a great game. Ye's had me try Outward once, and I didn't think I'd like it. Then I ended up loving it, which is well, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, holy shit, you're playing Outward? Because when I see you streaming, like, you're playing the cozy games, you're playing the fun co-op games, you're playing the ridiculous, weird mechanic indie game that, like holy crap, you know, like, but an adventure game, an RPG, that's surprising for me, and I'm again, does my heart good. You should check out the beta if you get the opportunity. It's up till June. We might have to do that then. I might have to give that game a shout. And that is up until June 8th. We do have our regular programming, which I don't really want to mess with, but at the same time, if the beta's only open for a certain amount of time, I should definitely take advantage of that. It's really neat. They have definitely stepped it up with the visuals. Has some bugs, of course. Well, yeah, beta, of course. But you expect to pick it up in July. So, okay, the game is officially, I must confess, I've not been keeping up with it closely. So, beta is up until June 8th, and then the official release is in July. She suffered a lot. Yeah, he's just in the basement going, "You fuck!" Shut up, Yaze! If you jump on the Discord, you can probably ask around, for those in the chat. They gave one free gift beta to everyone who got access to it. So you could probably ask for, for those who haven't, given theirs. Oh, I see. July 7th is the release date for the game. They did a closed playtest back in January, and then they just opened up the beta. Oh, I see. Well, if there's someone more deserving, Yates, definitely give that to them. You know, I don't want to put anyone out. You don't have any invite? That's all good. Yeah, don't worry about it. You didn't know that I'm a fanboy. Okay, we're gonna get back into the game. So, if anybody is curious about The Witcher 1, curious about any retro games, please stick around. We're having a lot of fun with The Witcher 1 right now. We are currently doing a quest of Lost Love and Jealous Sisterhood. So, two ladies were... So, there was a jealous sister and a lady who was courting the richest guy in town. The sister was having an argument and accidentally killed her sister. There was a curse on the plains where this transpired, so they have both since turned into a noon wraith and a night wraith. So we have to break the curse and somehow save the souls of these girls. But Squish, thank you so much for bringing your community here. Guys, seriously, there was a shout out earlier. Looking good. It's the glass. Well, okay. First of all, Squish is to thank for these. Squish told me these are blue light glasses. So Squish told me get some blue light glasses because I was complaining of headaches after the stream, during editing, stuff like that. I was just getting really, really bad migraine headaches. These have helped immensely with that. So these are not prescription. These are just a blue light filter. That's all these are. They have helped me not get those headaches, but they've also helped me sleep. I sleep really, really well after the stream is done now. So in the later hours of the stream, I throw these guys on and I sleep like a baby after the stream. I used to be wired for like 3 hours after a stream was done. And you can imagine if a stream ends at midnight, that's kind of a problem. It's kind of not a good thing. So I definitely needed to do something about that, and Squish was integral in helping me out with that. But also, like I was saying though, Squish she's such a great friend of the channel. Please guys, if you are not following Squish already, you have failed at life. You need to go follow Squish. She is a 10 out of 10 human, a fantastic content creator, a fellow Canadian, and I just can't say enough good things about her community. They are genuinely one of the best places to hang out on the entirety of the internet. And I'm not saying that as a platitude. That is what I feel. It doesn't matter what game is being played. It doesn't matter, you know, what the vibe of the day is. It is always a good place to hang up your hat. You know, if I've had a bad day and Squish is on, I can just lurk in Squish and... Wait, did I hear Books making a threat out? Hey, Bween has another threat emote. She's the Quinn threat now. But... I do not infrequently have a bad day in the trades, unfortunately. It's a tough job that I have. There are some days where I'm just really beaten down. And sometimes you just need someone to, you know, give you a little verbal pick-me-up. And Squish is the place to go, man. Squish is 100% the place to go. And I would not, and I mean this, I would not be where I am today. I would not be the creator I am today without Squish being there for me in a very, very big way. Her community frankly speaking, got me to affiliate. And I can honestly say believed in me at a time where I did not have a lot of belief in myself. I wasn't sure how this whole content creation thing was going to go. Like, frankly speaking, I was scared, right? But having a great community behind you that is pushing you to do those big, scary things is really important. And like I said, the internet is one big family, and I simply haven't met all my siblings yet. And I'm very happy to have met Squish in my travels amidst the internet. I feel very fortunate. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so there's the dry riverbed, so let's head over there. We're looking for a witch's shack right now, guys. Right back, I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I appreciate it. I try to do my best. And that's all any of us can do, right? We do our best, and we act in ways that I think that everybody is fundamentally trying to do right by the world. I genuinely feel that. I don't think that there's a whole heck of a lot of truly bad-meaning people out there. You know, there's people that are confused and angry, but genuinely just, like, black souls. I don't believe that. And it's really important that we lift people up. It's really important that we lift people up. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got... Do we have a witch? So that's the Fisher King's hut. The Vodnoy Priest. Maybe the Vodnoy Priest would know something. We're all out here trying to do the best we can with what we have and showing up for each other where we can. Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, I even try to have some understanding for people who are being knobheads. Like, I had, right at the start of the stream, actually, I had a bit of a fun exchange, but that person just, they're just lashing out, is what I feel. And luckily, Twitch actually did its job for once, which was nice. It actually caught the scary message and put it where it belonged, which is in the trash. Oh. So, guys, I expect Yays is obviously the more RPG-oriented of the two, but how much experience with The Witcher do you guys have? Have you read the books? Have you played any of the games? What are your thoughts on the franchise? Whenever people come in who are passionate about this game, I try to ask why, like, what is it about the world that they love? Because the reason that I stream these games, and the reason that I say game preservation through experience, is because the game is important. It facilitates the conversation. But I think that what is much more profound about art... oh my god, okay, hi. They do look bigger in the sky, jeez. I think that, I'll facilitate your conversation. Hey, Rain, I can see your compunction. Little 2.5 Men reference. But I think that these games facilitate and art in general facilitates a conversation about who we are as people. I have so many scribbles. Hail. I think it facilitates conversation about who we are as people, and games, the things that we choose to consume as entertainment and as art, it speaks to who we are, and I'm always interested in the conversations that kind of pop up because of that. I actually don't. I've seen a bit of the games from friends playing them, but I haven't played them myself. Not for any particular reason other than having too many in the... You absolutely. And you play games that, frankly speaking, I would never think to play. One of the most fun experiences I've had in gaming in the year, this entire year basically, has been playing Peak with Squish. Squish was like, look, I know that you're an RPG guy, I know that this is not your usual cup of tea, but understand me when I say that you need to play this. And I was like, okay, we'll play some Peak, and I had loads of fun. I had so much fun. It was so good. I've never read the books, but I played 2 and most of 3 pre-DLC. I really enjoy how cohesive the world feels in both, and even more so, CD Projekt Red has... It's a masterclass in... It's not just writing, it's a masterclass in just making a world, making a feel. Like, right now, there's just a vibe going on, you know what I'm saying? Like, this game is just... I find it so difficult to I've been trying my entire playthrough to quantify how this game makes me feel, and I find it... I'm finding out something new almost every time I stream it, every time I play it, and it's just... It's such a powerful experience. It's so difficult to quantify.
I know something you don't.
Oh?
Like what?
The funny fishman has come back. Those evil fish people finished eating from the lady's altar. Disgusting!
The Vodyanoi priest has returned? I must speak with him.
Interesting. Alright, let's have a chat. Maybe he can help us with the Noon Wraiths as well. He has some understanding of magic. So let's see. What I love about the world of The Witcher is that beyond just the fantasy, the world has a lot of amazing power politics going on. The way the characters and factions and their desires and motivations are written makes the world feel real. Just with magic and monsters, it's dark, oppressive, but also normal people who are just trying to get... Absolutely. I think that... You've hit on something really, really cool, and I think I agree, which is that many of the things that make Game of Thrones really, really great make The Witcher really, really great. But what's very fascinating about The Witcher is that it's got a very interesting lore as an aside, which is very... Like, I know that the Game of Thrones has the White Walkers and everything, but the lore behind the conjunction of the spheres and everything is so deep and so good. The whole idea that monsters were bred out of a... You know, we all have different planes of existence, right? And there was this great clash at some point, and the fabric of reality essentially allowed like vampires had their own universe, and lichens had their own universe, and men had their own universe, and all these different... Vodnoi had their own universe, and they all kind of collated into the world of The Witcher. And that is so cool. That is so cool. It's almost like it's almost galactic, right? It's very... It's almost something I expect to hear in sci-fi. It's like wormholes and stuff like that. Like, it's almost science-y rather than fantasy, which has been really cool. I've taken Berengar's job. Tell me about the conflict.
Job. Tell me about this conflict.
We underwater live deep. We lady love, yet not all. Many dagon love, lady leave. The humans kill. I plead your sword Dagon tis love. I give reward.
I see.
Big blood bovine in village, Dagon for her come. This love Dagon, I give reward. Something sword, something wonderful.
You want me to steal the cow and use it to bait Dagon?
This love big blood bovine on altar.
Big blood bovine. Big blood
I'm
bovine.
supposed to kill it on the altar.
That sounds like a Cannibal Corpse song. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of sounds like a Cannibal Corpse song. Big blood bovine. Okay.
All right. I'll lure the cow to the altar and kill Dagon.
Oak. Gulpul Talur.
Look, I'm no cowherd, so I don't quite know how to lure the big blood bovine.
Fruits and nuts. Big blood bovine love fruits and nuts.
Fruits
How
and
do
nuts?
you know that?
Those peasants are mad.
It kind of combines creation myth, science, and superstition all at once, and has some disturbing implications in addition to the tangible symptoms, aka monsters. These guys make me really think of some kind of Star Wars. Yeah. And I think that this is quickly becoming one of my favorite fantasy settings. And I really, we were talking about this at one point about, and I'm not immune to this conversation as well, right? Like the whole remakes, remasters, and revision type conversation, but I really would like to see a Witcher game that is like the golden age of the Witchers around the conjunction of the spheres and the whole like arms race against the monsters. I feel like that would be so cool. And I don't want like some Dune Awakening live service kind of thing. I want a badass single player CD Projekt Red experience that gives me factions, that gives me Witcher schools, and gives me just more monsters than I know what to do with, because the conjunction of the spheres just happened. I feel like that would be shut up and take my money. It would be so cool. And now that I'm invested in the series as an adult, it's just, I feel like that would be immense. All right, so I believe that we do have some raspberries, so we can lure Big Blood Bovine with some raspberries. Now the question is, will they thank me for it? Okay, actually, since you're mentioning the Vodnoi, I forget the name of the race, but in the Malkanth, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1, there was a race of Aquan people in Knights of the Old Republic 1, and I wonder if CD Projekt Red used the models of them. It certainly sounds like the VA effect for them, except it's not like KOTOR, where it's like a different kind of language kind of thing. All right, what do we have here? Got some wyvern steaks. All right, let's make our way. Come on, Alvin. So after we deal with this conflict, I wonder if Berengar will speak to us and give us some more information. Okay, it is nighttime, and I feel like this is the time to do this. So we have the raspberries, but do we need nuts? That's the question I have. Are we going to be needing some nuts? If so, I'm sure that we can go into one of the village houses, and they probably have something sitting around. Alright, big blood bovine. I can't give You love fruits and nuts! Let me give you raspberries. Will you not follow me? Selkath! That's it, from Manon. Yes. Okay, so we'll not take that. That is a shame. Do we have an innkeep nearby? Okay, let's head to the inn. Because I believe that I have some tree nuts at the inn. But fruit, like a raspberry is a fruit, why aren't you taking the raspberries? That does not make sense. Ew, look, a maypole. Alright. Innkeep, I need my things.
How can I help?
One thing.
Yes?
There we go. Where are they? That's candy. There we are. Dried fruit and nuts. Screw it, we'll take them all. We will take them all. Now I must away before the sun rises. I think we're still well into nighttime. Yeah, 2100 hours. We are all G. All G in the he. I have no idea where Alvin is now. Now, I'm going to be saving my game quite a bit, because I need to make sure, if the cow dies, there will be war. These people love their cow. So, let's go.
Come, strawberry.
Come on, strawberry. Strawberry hills forever. How fast is strawberry? Strawberry is quite fast. Alright, let's move. Let's book it, prize-winning cow. You big blood bovine. Oop. We go this way. I do need to find the witch still, though. It doesn't seem like the Vodnoy priest has information on that particular quest. So we'll need to make sure that we do find the witch's hut. Which I'm not sure where it is. Like, we've got the dry riverbed. I don't see anywhere in this area. Okay, we're going to do another divergent save. Because again, I do not want to get caught out too committed to this quest. I don't want to overcommit here. I want a place to run back to if I have to. Alright, I believe we have to go to the altar here. Can you not come this way? Alright, we'll talk to the priest, see what he says.
Oak, Gulpul Talur.
I saw hostile Vodyanoi on the shore.
They be evil, Dagon Albatol. This love lady's altar. I must had flee. Now they in water, and I guard altar again.
All right.
Farewell.
So this is supposed to lure Dagon. Let's see. Old Ripples, Black Turn Island by boat, small problems, healer. The Vodnian Priest. I need to take proof of having killed the Vodnian Priest to the village chief. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see. Told Alvin that becoming a witcher involves suffering and pain. It definitely does. Old habits die hard. Ripples. I must take the cow to Black Turn Island by boat. Track map. Alright, let's go. Black Turn Island. Jodre, welcome back. Hope that you're having an excellent day today. Let's see. So we do not have a boat here. Oh. I found a boat. Ha!
I'll ask the Fisher King for permission.
All right. Let's have a chat with the Fisher King, shall we? I'm sure he's going to want something. I have a sneaking suspicion that he's going to want something. He's going to be... He's not going to be inside, alright. So where is... Oh, there's the door. Let's have a chat, Fisher King.
Hmm? Greetings. You're the Fisher King, right? Well, I have a professional interest in the area. You see, I'm a witcher. Any monsters in the lake? Amphisbenas? Dragonflies? Water creepers? No? I see. The lake's safe. While we're talking... Listen, I'm having trouble getting the humans in the Vodyanoi to agree. You think the Lady of the Lake could help? All right, I'll talk to her. Later.
All right, I need your boat.
Could I use your boat? Take care.
Ah, perfect. I thought that'd be a lot more difficult. Gonna be honest. All right. There's Alvin and the Big Blood Bovine. Let's go. Head over to the boat. We'll head over to the island, and then... There will probably be a pretty big boss fight, but we do have some good potions, so I'm fairly confident in my ability. The subtle comedy of the dude laying back down, only for Geralt to wake him up again immediately. 100%. If you don't do that in your RPGs, you're not playing an RPG. Oh, I feel like I have to have my wits about me right now. So we have arrived on Black Turn Island. So, we have to grab the Naiad's necklace. We have to take down Dagon and his worshippers. What else? I'm pretty sure that's everything that we need to do on the island right now. Okay, so this is Black Turn Island. There's Lady of the Lake. Oh, I can head this way. Alright, group combat. Let's go. Boom! Alright, now... Just let me grab everything. The control trick has been so nice. Okay, now... There's the... Okay, so we are on the island now. So there's a Naiad bathing spot, which I assume would be where we find the necklace. Lady of the Lake.
Welcome, Geralt.
Forgive me. I don't remember your name.
For you do not know it, but I know you. By reputation.
I should warn you,
we have some monsters
takes
in the
many
background.
liberties in his ballads.
I have confidence in my source. The mermaid Shinaz.
Mermaid?
Yes. Why are you
Easy,
surprised?
jerk-ops, easy.
What did Shinaz tell you?
That you prevented conflict between the Prince of Aglaval and the inhabitants of the underwater city of Iz. Thanks to you and your friends, humans and the Vodianoi of Iz tolerate one another.
Encouraging. I hope all goes well here.
Shinaz mentioned your intelligence. I invite you to use it.
I will remind people that we got a raid.
A human named Julian.
Who are
Easy,
you?
fellas,
They
easy.
call me the Lady of the Lake.
Is that a talkative fisherman your servant?
Servant, no. Women on occasion need men. To secure food and protection, naturally.
I see.
Hosts of knights once defended my honor, but that was long ago. My poor, sickly Fisher King alone remains.
Milady, please tell me how to send the soul of Alina, a noon wraith, into the beyond.
Alina's soul no longer understands who she is. Her memory has joined all the women who died in the sun-drenched fields.
How can I restore her identity?
By no small miracle, Alina acquired a Nehelenia's mirror. With it, oracles and prophets could foretell the future. Alina consulted her mirror quite frequently.
Asking who's the fairest of them all? The mirrors may be either polite or smashed.
Alina's doubtless was not polite. Do you understand what to do?
I'll fix Alina's mirror and show it to her. The sight of her own reflection should lift the curse.
Excellent. If not, I'll tell you how to resolve the matter completely.
Okay. We need
Yes?
some more information.
Milady, what happened to those hosts in shining armor?
I fought the legend of the Holy Grail. My bold knights, I know not why, determined to embark on a mission. They claimed it their destiny to find the Holy Grail. Alas, my powers cannot vanquish destiny. I failed at guiding the poor wretches onto the right path.
The Grail was never found?
Just so. Know you the legend of the Grail?
I lost my memory.
Speak with a hermit watching over the graves of those brave seekers. Though boring, he knows the Grail's legend perfectly.
I'll visit him.
If you return intent on a mission of paramount importance, believe me, I can be unpleasant.
Milady, you look pensive.
Sometimes I see the future, Witcher. Destiny has entangled its threads round a Witcher. His path leads into a dark future, into sadness and pain. I wish to help him survive.
Who is it, milady?
You or Berengar. Speak with him, and may one of you take up Destiny's thread.
Interesting.
I'll now speak to Berengar.
Yes?
See if we have any quests.
Lady, can I do anything for you?
The peace of my land has been disturbed. The humans and the Vodyanoi quarrel due to greed, fear, and misunderstanding.
I assume each side has an informal leader.
You assume correctly. You may speak to the Vodyanoi priest near my statue. Julian represents the humans.
I'll tend to this.
Who is in the right?
It's not about who's right. I want them to reconcile.
Then you must slay Dagon. To do so, bring me objects symbolizing harmony from both communities.
I'll return soon.
You will find clues on the nature of these objects on the statue.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes?
Okay, so we have one more option. Oh, wait.
Milady, are these what you wanted?
Try again, Witcher.
Very well. Back to Julian and the priest.
Yes?
I returned to life and lost my memory.
Milady, they say I returned to life, but lost my memory. Can you help me?
I know you didn't return by chance. First, you must answer. Do you believe in destiny?
Geralt knows better than to say he's the master of his own fate. I believe in something more. He has to believe in destiny at this point. Like, he has no choice.
I do.
In answering my question, you have answered your own.
Destiny brought me here?
I am no mistress of fate. I have seen your past and your future, yet I can speak of neither.
I hoped for guidance.
Very well. Even if you never know yourself, and forces propel you like wind carries a leaf, it is worth remaining a decent man.
I'll remember, milady.
Good.
Let's speak more.
Yes?
Farewell.
Okay. So let's head back to the Vodyanoi priest. We need something that symbolizes harmony. But I was told that the cow... Well, okay, so this is the prize-winning cow of the village. I wonder. So symbols on the altar will indicate what I need to do. So let's see. We'll talk to the Vodyanoi priest, then we'll hop back in the boat, we'll head back to Blackturn Island, and we'll see if we can slay Dagon. I wonder what kind of a creature he's going to be Vodyanoi, obviously, but I'm not sure what he's going to be like. That's going to be very interesting. For the Lady of the Lake is a goddess of elder peoples, of such wisdom and might that her single utterance conquered hatred and greed. She spoke but one sentence so filled with truth that they had no choice. For no man and no Vodyanoi can resist the ultimate truth. And so humans and Vodyanoi shook hands and presented each other with gifts, forging a truce. Wondrous were the gifts indeed. A gold bracelet belonging to the village's founder, richly ornamented by a true master's hand, went to the Vodyanoi. And the old Vodyanoi looked upon the lady's face and said, "Thy word can make this world sink just as it can make it burn until the only ashes remain. And as the people saw a fine statue of alabaster appear, they were all speechless. And by the lake, in a wondrous land, a great feast was held, and so on the story goes. Interesting.
Oak, Gulpul Talur.
The Lady of the Lake wants to help resolve the conflict.
The Lady of the Lake wants to help resolve the conflict.
Lialul be what?
The Lady of the Lake wishes the Vodyanoi to live in peace with humans. Killing their favorite cow wouldn't help.
Yet Dagon must is loved be.
I can take care of that too, but you'd have to give me something.
Big blood bovine, better idea. Yet obedient must be for lady. Choose.
The gold bracelet.
The gold bracelet.
All right. The village's founder, richly ornamented by a true master's hand, went to the Vodyanoi. And an old Vodyanoi looked upon the lady's face and said, "Thy word can make this world sink." So what is the gift from the humans? The gold bracelet, definitely. What? Okay, so we've got the cow following us now. I need to speak to Julian. But we are making progress.
Where's my cat?
Let's head down and speak to Julian before heading back over there. Because slaying the cow is a bad idea. Because that would anger the village. That is like their prized possession. Okay, I don't think it matters if the cow is following me. I think it'll just reset once I get to the gates. I'm very curious what could it be? Because the alabaster statue, that is the altar. But it doesn't say what the Vodyanoi have given as gift to the humans. It was a gift. So the humans gave the bracelet as a gift to the Vodyanoi, but the Vodyanoi, at least as it was written, it didn't seem like there was a gift given in return. So I need to see what Julian says.
Can I help you?
Julian is not here. Okay, I am going to take a chance, and I'm going to rest for the night.
Got any rooms?
5 orens.
Because Julian will probably be here in the morning. So that we can have a chat.
Who's next?
Julian might be outside. Where are you, sir? No Julian. So where would Julian be? There's down to... Ah, there you are.
Geralt?
An agreement with the Vodyanoi is possible.
I think so.
That is the will of the Lady of the Lake. Care to take issue?
No, Witcher. I'm no fool.
In that case, I'll need something that symbolizes your devotion to her and your desire to achieve peace with the Vodyanoi.
Of course. What shall I give you?
An alabaster figure depicting a young Vodyanoi capturing a water elemental. Alina's bridal wraith. The diamond.
The alabaster figure depicting a young Vodyanoi capturing a water elemental.
Here it is. It would have fetched a fine price in Vizima, but peace is more important.
Okay. I think that is correct, because an alabaster statue was mentioned within the script on the altar. So I think we are barking up the right tree, but now we must head and speak to the lady. I wonder how... So Dagon must be slain, so how does giving this to the lady help? Right. We have the prize-winning cow back. This is just our party now, guys. We're Alvin, Big Blood Bovine, and Geralt. That is the party of the day. So ritualistic sacrifice it is. I mean, maybe? I don't know. Sounds like we're avoiding killing the cow, so... Head back to the boat, go to Blackturn Island, and speak to the good lady. Boat is over yonder. Alright, we are in good shape. I don't think I need to save again. Not, at least not right now. I have an autosave at the inn. I probably have an autosave at the boat. And I have a save right after I got the gold bracelet, so I think I should be okay. God, the water's so pretty in this game. Like, look at this. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's insane. Okay, we'll head over here. My lady, I come with... Where are you? Ah, there you are. It really is, like... The verdant blue here is just... Oh. During dusk, when the sky gets lit up in the orange hue, oh, yeah. Okay, yes. Question for you guys. What is... This would be a good question of the day, actually, so I might actually write this down. But what is, in your view, the prettiest view that you have seen in any video game? What is the absolute prettiest view that you have seen in any video game? I'll have to think on this quite a bit. A lot of the Elder Scrolls games would have good contenders, I would say. I've seen a lot of really beautiful stuff in the Elder Scrolls. Oh, that's tough. I really love the art style of Fable as well. There are lots of really beautiful areas in Fable. Oh, man. Legend of Zelda is a really good shout, too. Twilight Princess is just a gorgeous game. It is so pretty. The view you get from Breath of the Wild at the very beginning is really good. Okay. Yep, that would be a good contender. Twilight Princess is... I really like that, Where is the area? It's in the Zora realm, around the water temple. That area is just chef's kiss. It's so good. The Hitman trilogy. I was not expecting the Hitman trilogy. Great views too. Great engine is amazing for that. Oblivion. Looking upon really any angle around the Imperial City is so picturesque. It is gorgeous. It is just gorgeous. I would say in Morrowind, when you get into Seydanin at the start of the game, and you look over at the Cliff Racer, or not the Cliff Racer, what am I saying? The Silt Strider. The Silt Strider. I would say Oblivion almost takes the cake over that, though. Looking at the Imperial City from a distance, that was... like, as a young gamer, that changed me. That changed the way that I thought about video games. What would be another good one? I'm gonna go with Oblivion. Looking at the Imperial City. Pretty much any angle, looking at the Imperial City.
Milady, are these what you wanted?
Indeed. Here, pour a drop of my blood onto the altar. Challenge Dagon to a duel.
Interesting.
So be it.
So we will head over to the altar. What's cool about this is that I technically could have just not talked to the Lady of the Lake. I could have slaughtered the cow and fought Dagon and technically seen the quest through to its fruition. Skyrim coming out of the forest from Riverwood, seeing Whiterun amidst the big grassy plain, mountains enveloping it all around the distance. The Elder Scrolls has some of the best views in gaming. And I don't think that anybody would disagree. Even if you don't like the Elder Scrolls games, you have to agree that some of the views are just gorgeous. Just gorgeous. Opening of the Avatar game is amazing. When you come out of the... Oh, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about the Elder Scrolls and Oblivion, I must say that when you exit the sewer, especially in Oblivion Remastered, I know we were just kind of poo-pooing the lighting and the presentation of Unreal Engine 5, I have to say, in Oblivion Remastered, when I exited the sewers and I had the sun glare in my face, that was a lot to take in. I hadn't played an Unreal Engine 5 game meaningfully prior to that point, and that was gorgeous. That was very pretty. Not traditionally pretty, but Fallout 3 when you exit the vault is one of your favorites. Yes, picturesque. Not necessarily beautiful, but definitely picturesque. Okay, do we have to speak to the priest?
Krok, Gulpul Talhur.
So is it not this altar? Let's go to,
Farewell.
Oh, so we have to go to the island. There must be an altar on the island then. I must have missed that. Okay, we'll head back to the island then.
I'm bored.
The cow. There's the cow. Come with me, bovine. Now I must protect the cow during the fight. Oh. So where would the altar be? There must be a location on the map. Some of the planets on Mass Effect were... You know what? Oh, you just gave me a good one, TL. You just gave me a very good one. So, when you take back the Quarian world, I'm trying to remember the name of the world, but Mass Effect 3, you defeat a Reaper on the home world of the Quarians, and Tali takes off her mask and just sits there. I think it's, oh shit, it starts with an R. Ran. I want to say Rannoch. But in Mass Effect 3, you reclaim the planet. You defeat a Reaper. The first time you defeat a Reaper without the use of Thresher Maw or anything crazy like that. And you just sit there and you see, I believe it's sunset. Okay, good, Rannoch. You see a sunset on Rannoch. And you're just looking out into the distance after you've slain a Reaper. And that hit. And especially Mass Effect's music just makes you so emotional. Like, Mass Effect's music was so Blade Runner-y, and I have to say, I just adored it. I just adored it. That might take the cake. That might be something that is even better in my mind than an Elder Scrolls view. Okay, we're gonna save our game here, and then where's the altar? Here we are. So the Ruby of the Lady of the Lake. Oh god, that's a lot of them. Is it too much for our boy? Come on, Dagon. Alright, now. We have some Swallow. I wonder if we should take some Swallow or if we should... I think Blizzard would probably be the better call. Woo! Okay. Okay, I have 3 enemies near me. Why are these attacks not panning? I felt like group form would be a good choice, but clearly not. Take the worshippers down. There we are. Oh, do they... Okay, they clearly just keep coming, so let's... Okay. So we have to use fast form on this guy. Oh, killing the worshippers does damage. Ah, okay. So I don't actually fight him, I fight the worshippers. And that deals damage to him. Alright. Perfect. Blizzard was a good choice then. And that would explain why the group attack wasn't working, because technically, I didn't have 3 enemies fighting me. Brad, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, shit. Okay. Right, we have lost Blizzard. I might take another one if it ends up being really, really bad. Okay. Interesting. So wait, the steel sword was doing more damage. So are the Vodnoi not counted as monsters? Interesting. So far it's good, but just woke up 30 minutes ago. Well, have your coffee. Have your damn coffee. And enjoy the day, damn it. That's an order. Okay, that magical sword was definitely a good call. I clearly have room in my inventory. Why can't I? Interesting. Alright, one sec. I'll have some nuts. I'll heal. Okay, let's see here.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Josie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the game library. I hope that you're having an excellent day. Not to put you on the spot, but I do like to ask people when they pop in, if they're so inclined, do you like the game we're playing today? Obviously, being The Witcher. And if so, what is it about the game that you love? Interesting that we cannot carry that, even though I clearly have some space. Pardon me. Ooh. Oh, it's an ingredient. Ah, and I'm full up. All right, we'll scurry on over, and we'll talk to the Lady of the Lake. So Dagon has been slain, so we should be able to bring peace to the village. But I should still have the quest for Julian. I need to find Alina's mirror. So this might be the last point that I can do this. I will ask. I normally don't ask this kind of stuff, but if I finish this part of the quest, it's a rare ingredient for a potion? Okay, I should grab that then. I can get rid of one of the basic ones, like Gnat's acid or something like that. So, my question to you guys is, if I finish the Dagon questline, Ripples, will I lose the ability to complete Alina's quest? That is very important, I need to know. Alright, so what do we have here? I think Arc Spore Juice I can drop. So transfer that. What else do we have? Take those. Any more remains? Oh, we have some over here. There we are. There we are. Oh, and actually, I will snooze ads. So that we can at least get through this little bit of dialogue. Let's avoid that wyvern if we can. Looks like we can. It's gonna be sleep time for me, so I'll catch you, we won't be going for much longer. We're near the 6-hour mark. Actually, I think we're over the 6-hour mark. So, actually, you know what? Ads are gonna be dropping in a little bit. And I need to make sure that I'm not screwing myself over story-wise. So, let's just do another save game. And then we'll pop over here. I'm just gonna be closing the game. One moment, guys. Just so I can get my mouse back. All right. So, with that, our time in the game library has once again drawn to a close. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me as we played through some more of The Witcher. Thank you all for hanging out with me yesterday as we played some Assassin's Creed Rogue, my first Assassin's Creed experience. That was very, very fun. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it quite as much as I did. It's a very cinematic kind of game, and it's almost like playing a movie, and I quite enjoyed that. So thank you all so much for hanging out with me and doing that, and thank you for accommodating the very hectic schedule this week. I hate having to cancel streams and shuffle schedules around, but even on the construction side, unfortunately, due to the client that we are serving with this current job, the schedule has been wildly inconsistent. So, insofar as I am able, I'm trying to give us a consistent stream schedule, but thank you all for just showing up anyways. Even when the schedule is crazy, just whenever I hit that go live button, there you all are. And I feel so grateful that I have such a supportive community. So thank you all so much for doing that. Thank you to Squishy-ish and Rainlight for the raids today. Thank you everyone for the resubs and all that kind of support. I would like to give a shout out again. Here, I think that I can type. I think that she's just 1H now. Okay, perfect. And then we'll give a shout out to Rainlight. Again, just absolutely fantastic communities, guys, and great places to hang your hat and just spend some time. So if you have not already, please go follow my friends Squishy-ish and Rainlight, and thank you all for entrusting your communities here. My friends on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out and supporting the channel as I trek onward to try and get monetized on the YouTube platform. I'm doing my best to start getting some more long-form content on that platform. I'm kind of getting my bearings in the YouTube space as well. So thank you all so much for the support as I try to figure that out too. But unfortunately, this will be the end of the stream for you guys on YouTube as I'm taking our Twitch friends out on a raid. And as such, let's see who we have right now.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Raz, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the game library, my friend, and I appreciate you being here. Let's see. So Addy is live right now, but he might be ending. Let's see. Okay, yeah, he's been up for like 5 hours. He does stream for a long time, but I'm not sure. It's looking like he's gonna be ending. So I don't want to raid into someone who's ending right away. Although I do love Addy. I do love me some Addy. Thanks for the stream books. Totally enjoy it. Raz, thank you so much for all the love today. You know what? Sammy, do we have Pokemon fans in the chat? I do need to ask, because I know that we're an RPG crowd, but my good friend Sammy Snow is streaming right now, and he's a Pokemon shiny hunter. He's a great guy and great to talk to, but I want to make sure that you guys are down for something like that. I don't want to just make an assumption and throw you guys in there, but Sammy's one of my favorite people, and I would love to raid him. Okay, so Pokemon Gen 1 and 2, it looks like he is doing Gen 4 right now, but I do have to make a choice because we do have ads dropping right away. Let's, you know what, if it's okay with you guys, I would love to raid Sammy. So, please, my friends, if you don't mind, joining us on the raid. Message number 1 is for those of you who have subscribed and have access to all of our community emotes. Message number 2 is for those of you who have followed and would like to join in on the raid. There's a link to the Beacons page, that is my socials page, that will take you to any of the pages where I post. I've got a merch page, I've got a donations page if you feel so inclined. But my friends, with that, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all again this evening. I will hopefully, depending on how crazy the schedule is, be back again on Monday for some more Assassin's Creed Rogue. But until then, I ask that you be well, and I will see you on the next one.
Yeah, Salmon's is good. I also like Suicune. Suicune's our mascot for the channel. You'll see our logo also has a Suicune-inspired crest. You love Feraligatr. Mr. Mime was one of your wife's favorites as well. Really? Volcarona's yours, Treagle? That's okay. Volcarona is crazy cool. We're gonna be hunting that in Gen 5.